What did my dream mean? Not that I believe they have meanings. I'm just curious. Never had such a vivid dream before. I don't tend to remember them. Ugh, I feel like a zombie in the morning. I'm too old to be building model ships. I can't get around to finishing this one. Isia's birthday. Back when we tell each other, see you tomorrow, when parting ways. I've known all my music by heart for a while now. Almaz, one of his early works. Pretty good art for a kid, actually.
The American demonstrated abilities that almost defy belief. She could remember every detail of any single day of her life since she'd been 11. What she'd had for breakfast, what the weather had been like, what had been on the news, and much more. Much as the woman's abilities amazed and astounded others, she herself wasn't so enthusiastic. According to her, remembering her entire life was a heavy burden to bear.
Yes? I need to run now, Misha. Call me later, dear.
It's like that parlor game. The mafia sleeps, the city wakes. No one to play it with. He's probably left for work already. She sounds lively. That's something.
I can hear you in there.
Your neighbor's having problems. This ain't no joke. Follow me.
Can't ever say no, can I? Push over.
Get a load of this.
How can anyone live in such a dump?
Misha, you came by. He boozed away the last of his brains, dragged me out of bed while I was still sleeping, tore out some hair, the old scumbag. A father I'm mothering. The laundry, the cooking, the cleaning, I do all that. Help how? If it weren't for Petya, I'd have gotten out a long time ago, like Mom did. No one deserves to put up with him.
Can I stay at your place for a while, Uncle Misha? Katya grabbed me and locked us in the bathroom. Dad banged on the door. No! We played with him before bedtime yesterday, and today this happened.
Misha, can you talk some sense into these cops? I'm not the criminal here, those punks are. Over there, in the corner. Through the window, of course. Boy squeezed through and let the girl in. You're defending them? Are you in on this too? How'd you know them?
Do you know these kids? What's their relation to the apartment owner?
They're what? The hell are you talking about? Their dad? Me?
You see, the thing is, he called in a burglary this morning. I thought, burglars in this big village, that's a first. So we arrived, led us to the bathroom, and we found the kids huddling inside. Look, I'm no doctor. He looks sober to me. The kids are going into care for now.
I wonder what the doctors will say about Vitya. Poor kids. What's going to happen to them? I can't just abandon them.
Anyway, we're holding you up. You want a lift to the station? No. Why? Your station. The train station. My partner's gonna drive you. I've got a lot of paperwork to do about these kids.
What's there to talk about with Genghis's partner? I don't know him at all. An entire ride in silence. I hate that.
Take him away.
Goddamn lawless cops. I'll make you answer for this yet. You're supposed to get these punks out of my apartment, not me.
Still home? Not even on your way to work? Spare me. I want you at the station in 5 minutes, not a second later.
Jump in.
I'll walk free yet. Don't you think you can just snatch me?
We just did.
I'll write to the president. You will be where I am now.
Come again? I didn't hear you very well.
Thank you. I'd have been so late if I'd walked. Children are left without their father, and I've got to run off to the station. I'm torn.
A suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
Eaten your porridge? Been to the little boy's room? Get to work. Tell me about it later. Go, let the passengers through.
Hi, Misha. Here's my permit. Found a better job opening. Nah, same old. Pastry, baking. You see, it's a bigger city, a bigger place. Put me in your log or I'll miss the interview. Thanks, Misha. Have a good one.
Good morning, Misha, dear. Alma says hi. He'll be in town tonight. Don't ask. I don't even know. He's got some kind of job somewhere and can stay afloat for now, or so I hope. That's what you get with artistic types. His apartment was a pigsty before I cleaned it. Creative chaos, he calls it. My permit is right there. Oh, yes it is. How did I miss that? Right, I was off to the city and it expired then. Misha, dear, let an old friend through, will you? We know each other. You were with Almaz and Tioma all the time as a kid. I'll renew it at once. Not what I expected from you, Misha. You, of all people.
Been working here long? Misha, do you really not recognize me? Here's a clue. Tioma, you, and... you and your jokes, Misha. Speaking of Alma's, is he here? We're all going to her party tomorrow. Have you gotten her a present yet? I'm also here on a work trip to the Research Institute. So, this is both personal and business. How about lunchtime? Say near our oak tree at 1?
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious
you all right,
items,
Misha?
then please report them
You
to
look
the staff
troubled.
or the police immediately.
Took him long enough.
Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
So what was all the trouble you had?
Dear passengers, the 423 service to
So
Kazan
it's
will now
gotten
depart
that
from
bad.
platform 1. Please stand
Make
clear
sure
of
you're
platform
back by
edge.
7.
Aunt Gaia's party will be so awkward, and I still have to get her a present. Those kids are in a tough spot now. They could use some support. Asia! Asia is here, by the oak tree at 1.
Finished your shift? Misha, you're like a son to me. If it were anyone else, I'd understand. But now, I don't know what to think. That cop, Vitalik, barely knows me, and he let me in. Do me a favor, will you? If you do, I'll absolve your sins. I've been trying to hitch a ride. Nothing. Will you help me carry this bag? They should at least run a bus line here. I've stocked up on a few things they don't sell here. Well, who knows when I'll next make it to Kazan. Don't wait for me. I'm a slow walker, and you're young. Just leave the bags by the elevator. Hopefully, Vitya won't steal anything. Good Lord! And I've only been away 2 days. Not that I'm surprised, of course. And the kids? Katya and Petya?
I wonder how many more times I'll be retelling the Vitya incident today. I hope I'm not late to the meetup with Asya. I'll leave the bag by our elevator. Aunt Gaia said I could.
I should call him for details. Right. I shouldn't keep you tied up. You run along now.
At this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
So you're his neighbor, you watched this go on for years, and did nothing. You call that tolerable? The man's a daily drunk. Not until the court order, and there's a 6-month wait after that. They will have to spend some time at the orphanage.
Well, this is it. We're all done here. Miners are supposed to have guardians. You up for it? I'm not. You're gonna be a good Samaritan, yeah? Everyone thinks Samara's a city of bleeding hearts.
Freedom! At least I won't have to run an entire household anymore. I know. You always sheltered us when things were tough.
I don't want to go to the orphanage. I just want to build a little ship together.
kids need to settle in and get the hang of the place. Then I can visit.
Even with the bag, you've passed me. Ah, the young.
They left in too much of a hurry to properly pack up. What's going to happen to their stuff now? Their apartment? Peter may have been the neighbor from hell, but he was entertaining. Now it...
Don't you like reading books in the park between trains? If I had free time, I'd spend all of it at the park. It's beautiful.
Right on time, as always. You haven't changed one bit. Blockhead.
It's supposed to be an insult, but Ася makes it sound tender.
Would you like to visit our Garden of Eden? Wasn't childhood a paradise?
Childhood. Paradise. Is that some kind of quotation?
Do you feel it? Like I never left. Everything's coming back in full force. All our childhood mischief. It used to seem so important. Then come stand next to me. Yes, like this. And now, a moment of silence for the past.
Our tree. Our secret headquarters. I've grown so used to it, I don't even notice it anymore. We weren't at all worried about falling. Even though we were so small, we thought you'd be able to touch the sky by reaching up. Or has the oak grown like we have? The wind got into the canopy, rocking the branches, rocking us. The oak creaked like old floorboards. We imagined ourselves flying in a helicopter. Almazi kept saying, helicopter, and we kept correcting him. Sometimes I'd go alone and secretly admire Aisha while she read in the dusty silence of her father's study. Like a true pirate, I had a pair of binoculars for the task. Actually, they weren't binoculars, but opera glasses.
Well? You sure you can climb a tree after all this time, old man? The rope swing is gone. Remember how we used to climb it up to the branch and then climb down the trunk? Or the other way around? That was fun. Tell me, why haven't you left town? Do you like working at the station? I'd want that too. How about we go to the pond? It used to seem as big as the sea. Up in the oak, we were aviators. Here, explorers. Do you still build model ships? How complete is it? Perhaps we launch it? Like in the old times, minus the accident. Guess.
I was launching paper ships from the pond bank. Choma and Aisha were fooling around in the boat. They rocked it too hard, and the boat keeled over. I dashed into the muddy water and swam headlong towards them. Choma had barely surfaced when I reached them. Aisha was still nowhere to be seen. I took a deep breath, and I dove in. And when Aisha opened her eyes and witnessed the bank, the last of my ships had become drenched and sunk.
My fear of water wasn't unfounded. I used to imagine sea monsters dwelling where sunlight never reached. Squid, serpents. You may laugh, but I don't understand how you weren't scared. It was you who rescued me, wasn't it? Not Artem? The fact he didn't kill you for performing CPR on me. When I came to, I caught it out of the corner of my eye. So, what now? Do we keep walking?
Oh, someone please just kill me.
Well, it's your turn to seek out our old haunts.
We got up to all kinds of mischief in here. There's no way to remember it all. But maybe you will. Let's see. We're about 5 years old. The pump is filling balloons of different colours with helium. We're standing there, open-mouthed, gawking, wonder if the next one will burst. And the taut balloons squeak when you run your finger over them. It makes Aisha laugh. The cloudless sky draws balloons towards it, making them bounce up and down on their leash-like strings when pulled. Finally, we release the balloons. They soar upward, becoming dots. We're convinced they'll fly all the way up to the sun. And when we can't see them anymore, our parents buy us ice cream, and then we move on.
It's been so many years, but it still feels like yesterday, us heading home from school together. Speaking of, what time is it? Oh no! I've gone missing from the institute. It's fine. We still have tonight. Will you walk me to the station? I'm going back to my dad's for the night. When I got into the university, he returned the apartment provided by the institute and moved back to Kazan. He's retired. Only has the teaching job now. Back then, he couldn't stay where everything was reminding him of my mum. He waited for me to graduate and then left. Come as soon as you see institute people walking home. That'll mean I'm finished too. It holds so many memories, more than you can remember in a day.
Come spring, meltwater formed little rivulets, eating away at the ice as it made a break for freedom. We made tiny ships out of walnut half shells, matches for masts, scraps of paper for sails. But the most important part was our imagination. As we knelt near the streamlets, we saw, as if with our own eyes, the brave sea explorers coming aboard.
And then the ship made its way down a turbulent river toward the sea, toward the unknown lands beyond.
Here and there, a shipwreck decorated the rapids, but many ships, nonetheless, began their voyage. Just a bit more waiting and back to Asia. Today is Friday. The workday is shorter. This was our favorite bench in our teenage years. It stood to the side, where we didn't get many passers-by.
We were always sure to bring the guitar along, because Almaz, he played it well, though he didn't really have a voice for song. He knew that, and he sang anyway to annoy us all. Less melodious than a caterwaul, you could say. And Aisha and Choma, they made the overall impression better. Sometimes we'd abuse the guitar until there were only 3 strings left. We just played it that much, but somehow we didn't lose the tune.
The position of the sun tells me it's time to return to Asia.
It was Genghis who got everyone into fishing. And when the summer came, he was inseparable from his fishing rod. And his skin gradually took on this sort of bronze-hued tan. We called him Red Chief, but he didn't mind. Aisha came along too, but she didn't fish. She was deadly afraid of the earthworms. Almaz would run after her with a couple of them between his fingers and an outstretched hand, shouting, "And now for a death-defying stunt."
Pond stakers glid to and fro atop the water, and rainbow-winged dragonflies hovered above. The quiet splashes, the rustle of the leaves, lulled. Sometimes, one of us would fall asleep on the soft, sunlit grass. What we caught, we fed to the cats. This place had nothing worth fishing for. I'm going to miss Aisha if I keep loitering. Shouldn't keep her waiting. Every winter, we built a snow fort in front of the research institute. We split into 2 armies and traded snowball volleys until dark. By evening, our clothes would be completely drenched and crusted in ice. You could stand them upright on the ground. We'd crawl back home, panting with exhaustion, and our parents would immediately make us warm up in the shower and drink copious amounts of tea. Genghis would boast that his contained a spoonful of vodka.
Sorry. I'm such a slowpoke. Have you been waiting here long? Will we catch the train? It's wrong to keep people waiting, though. Let's race each other to the gate. Afraid of losing? There was a time only Genghis could beat you. This is boring. I've sprained my ankle. Look at the bird. This is boring. You've really gone out of shape at that station. You were the one who wanted childhood to last forever. Here's another spot, by the way.
Our first dance. We were about 14. Aisha was in the middle of the dance floor in a whirl of coloured specks of light. And then Zinaida, the maths teacher and our class tutor, she announced a slow dance. I was leaning on the wall, looking for words to say to Aisha. But Tioma beat me to it as usual.
So I invited another classmate. She too was shuffling on her feet nervously beside me.
I walked her home afterwards. And while we parted ways, she pressed her lips briefly against mine. We both became embarrassed and then hurried home.
You and Masha. I knew. You think too much.
Even small confessions are so difficult.
And what is it you think? That's 4 words. Isn't anyone else still here? I've heard Almaz is in Kazan. Genghis? A cop? That absolute punk? I've lost track of everyone. Even Artem. Only saw him a few times throughout university.
Asya never dated Tioma.
The old clock! Do you still struggle telling 7 p.m. from 1700? That time you waited for 2 hours in a snowstorm, though. Oh, you blockhead. I'd never done something like that to you. Well, the first part did go to plan. Not even today. Pinch you where? Pick a spot.
One last stroll before Asya left for Moscow. She wanted apples for the trip. I almost confessed my feelings to her. I had a speech on a copybook sheet in my pocket, ready to say it, but Tioma kept hanging around. Asya chose yellow apples, you know, the sweet but expensive ones. The sour green ones were cheaper, and I suggested those instead. Asya said I was cheap, which was true. You know, I counted her money when it could have been my treat. which was what Choma did, actually. I was nervous enough as it was, so in the end, I lost my temper. I simply walked away. No, I ran away. Aisha left that evening. I never said goodbye to her, or that I was sorry, or heard her say that she was.
What's with the silence? You have a lady to entertain. I'm sorry, too. You didn't have my number. Bah. Do you have any idea what dorms are like? One phone to rule them all. Zero privacy. I'm managing without one for now. You too, I suppose. What's the point of having one in our neck of the woods? I've stayed in a room on the outskirts since I dropped out. I'll give you my number. Which will only result in my roommate disconnecting the phone.
Green Cat. We often dropped by here after classes, left all our pocket money behind. Well, no, most of it. Some of it the movie theatre would eat. I still don't get it about the Green Cat, what happens after it crosses your path, and I'm too embarrassed to actually ask at the cafe. Like, who's ever seen a green cat? Freshly fried donuts in powdered sugar, coffee with condensed milk, chocolate syrup ice cream. The place had it all. Aisha loved ice cream so much she'd even eat it in winter. Once the cafe was closed, so we bought ice cream bars from a street stand, and Aisha, she couldn't even wait until we got home. And there she is, eating it on a cold winter day, a dazzling fresh fall of snow around us and her ringing laughter, the gleam in her eyes. It just made the day that much sunnier.
The cafe's still there. There's some permanence to the world after all. Making amends for the apples. I'm sorry. That was a dumb joke. I'm no chaplain. It's awkward. You paying for me. I'm a grown woman. Ah, that's what I've been missing. What's fall without rain? I love fall. Psst. Psst. I want to hear the raindrops falling on my door. So cozy. I could write a poem. I could walk like this forever. Why is the walk to the station so short? Just like school. Join your friends here.
Item until the arrival of the police.
We are covered. Aren't you going to work? A week.
A whole week of Aisha. We'll go everywhere in town and visit all our old spots.
You needed more. They're promising clear skies in town. Well, I'll phone Dad from the station to come and pick me up in his car. I'll be fine. Let's go then. Thanks for today. See you inside.
kissed me. On the cheek, yes, but so what? Now that's a surprise. Does it mean anything? I must keep my emotions to myself, or I'll ruin everything. What if she's waiting for me to make a move? If only she gave me another sign, just so I could be sure.
Finding each other took them a quarter of a century. They had been separated at a young age following their parents' death in a car crash. Both were placed in an orphanage at first, but one of the brothers disliked it so much that he ran away. The other one refused to leave. Curiously, despite being twins, they have different birthdays. That's because when the second one was born, 15 minutes after the first, it was already past midnight. That might explain the difference in their personalities and their journeys through life.
Here are our permits. So, Vitya's drinking problem has gotten worse? Of course we do. From people on your block. They say they heard a lot of profanity this morning, so they looked out the window and there was Vitya, being led away.
Is Vitya home?
Masha's worried too. He's in her class.
Say hi for me.
We'll go see him ourselves. Won't we, Masha?
Do you have my number? In Kazan for now.
The train now approaching platform 1 is the 423 service to Kazan.
Don't worry. I promised to give it to you and I will. The Kazan number is handy to have too. Suppose you need to buy something for the birthday party tomorrow. What will you do? Go there yourself? I could bring it.
Dear
Do call.
passengers of the 423 service from Kazan, your train has arrived on platform 1. Numbering of the cars
See you
starts
tomorrow.
at the front of the train. Thank you for your attention.
Well, hello there, Misha. Picked up a chick, I see. Make sure you don't screw up on me. None of that dawdling you did in school. I know you. Come on, Misha. I just want what's best for you. On your own, you'll be an old man before you get anywhere with her. Do what I do. Who's talking about that? I've been going steady with someone, you know. I'm actually on my way to propose to her. Want to see the ring? I could help. Think it over. Really think it over.
Here I am, back already. Hired. I start Monday.
Log up the station for me, will you? Hey, just kidding. Go home. That stung.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately.
Yes, it's me.
Do not
I'm
touch
here.
or move a suspicious item until the arrival
As
of the
eventful
police.
as you'd expect. Took my handbag to be repaired, walked through the park on the way home, bought some groceries. I'm watching TV now. Such nonsense on every channel. It's making my eyes hurt. Is there a reason you're calling? Looks like your life's fun. Any more news? It's good that you remember. What happened? You wouldn't, or you
For your own
didn't.
safety, please stand back from the platform edge. Thank you.
For shame, Misha. You must apologize to her tomorrow. Then what's the big deal, silly? You haven't caused any more trouble, I hope. Good night to you two. Tomorrow's a new day.
Hello, Lena? Is that you? I thought we arranged everything. Ah, it's you, son. How's life?
Dear passengers, entry
Now
permit
I'm
checks are in
confused.
operation at this
What makes you
station.
ask?
Please have your entry permit and a
met
ticket
someone?
ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
You want a reason? She was pretty, and she was fun. We were already dating. If I were to find someone new, it would be the same, so no point. You're persistent, aren't you? Lena is a hairdresser. I made an appointment. What is it you want from me, son? I don't know what happened to you, but you sound lost. Go get some sleep, eh?
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please
Hello?
have your exit
You're
permit
through?
and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint
Ah,
Office 1.
Misha. Long time no hear. How are you? Good enough. I suppose you're calling Asya. She's not here yet. Call again later? You too, Misha, you too.
Do I have anything to give Asya? She'll leave. I'll stay. So what's the point? Whew, what a day. I should talk to someone or I will not sleep. Who though? When I was little, my parents used to take me to the Black Sea. I could hear a guitar strumming from the next compartment. The grown-ups were eating away at hard-boiled eggs, and there was a newspaper wrapped around some chicken. Someone was playing cards. But I was after something different. I spent the entire trip glued to the window. I'd never seen such vast expanses of land before. I was running between the compartment and the corridor windows. I didn't want to miss a single detail. It was making the grown-ups' heads spin. After we'd arrived, I'd be shaken by the sound of invisible train wheels for the whole day.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately.
I can't be bothered to go.
Do not touch or move a
Should I stay
suspicious
here for
item
the night?
until the arrival of the police.
Misha, wow, it's you. There was a chance I'd have to come tomorrow. My mother, huh? So I guess you've got all the dirt on me. What about you? Discovered any new islands in our little pond? What's got you so sulky? Then be happy you chump. Or is this about Artyom? He's not even here yet, and you're already looking all dejected. Come on, tell me more about it in the car. No reason to stand in the rain. As you wish. I'm not going to stand here getting wet, or try to convince you. See you around.
I shouldn't mention Asya to Almaz. He might pass it on to Choma. Give me a lever long enough, and I'll fall asleep on it.
Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
The third year, we joined the Young Pioneers. They lined us up on the square. The Lenin monument seemed to press down on me, fouled upon as it was by pigeons. I'd spent the previous night memorizing the solemn promise, terrified that I'd forget it mid-ceremony. I could barely keep my eyes open. My legs wobbled. I kept leaning on adjacent kids in the file. Of course, my sleepy brain mixed up the words of the promise at the most important moment.
Halt! Let's see some ID. Kidding. Scared you, didn't I? No, just getting the car to park in and then I'm going home. You should too. Good. Sleep, sleep, sleep. We'll fight tomorrow's battles tomorrow.
As a school kid, my head was frequently in the clouds. I nearly got run over by a car once. My father was driving. He was pulling out of the yard of our apartment block and couldn't see around the corner. For me, everything froze completely, something for Einstein to explain, I guess. To avoid hitting me, Father twisted the steering wheel and wrecked the car. It was minor, but it took some repairs. It was the only time he ever raised a hand at me. I'd never seen him like that, you know, both angry and frightened like a child. As kids, the New Year tree they put up in the main square seemed enormous to us. They'd set up a skating rink nearby, and it'd reflect the tree's festive lights like it was a mirror. And on New Year's Eve, we were allowed to stay up until it was nearly dawn. It was the greatest part of that night. Though, we got drowsy much earlier than that. Like any teenager, I went out of my way to look older, and that was how cigarettes became part of my life. Since no one would sell them to me or Genghis, we had to beg the older kids. We'd smoke behind the school. I couldn't inhale, of course, so I had a coughing fit. Nothing you could call pleasure. I couldn't really see what pleasure people took in it, you know, this smoke-breathing thing. But Mum wouldn't be convinced. My clothes, they reeked of tobacco. It was such a dead giveaway. But Father, he spoke up for me. And that was my first and last experiment with tobacco. There was one time when Genghis and I had a soccer-related fight. We couldn't settle the argument in a backyard match. Started to tussle. Soon we were on the ground, rolling around. It was a pathetic sight. Our friends, they were standing nearby, but not yet interfering, eventually decided to step in. They dragged us apart by the collar, like we were two little kittens. Somehow, I managed to split Genghis's eyebrow open, the mediocre fighter that I was, but he ended up with a scar. I was secretly proud of myself. From the ground floor apartments, you could hear loud bird calls and the flapping of loads of wings. We watched the windows, but the curtains were always drawn. Whoever lived there, they were a bit of a weirdo. Around the time we graduated from school, the apartment went quiet. The owner had died. They say they found a murder of crows inside. At first, well, they wouldn't leave, expecting to be fed, expecting someone to look after them. When they'd finally been chased out, the birds took position on a nearby lime tree. As kids, we were always anxious to know what the fence was for, what was on the other side. We had no clue that we were the ones hidden behind it. The question fell away eventually, but the romantic touch lingered, and so one night we set out on a journey, flashlights in hand. We had a pair of cutters for the barbed wire, but tore our clothes regardless. We got caught, obviously. God, what a dressing down that was. A two-parter, actually. First for the security breach in a closed town, and then from our parents for ruining our garments.
Hello, Mikhail. Here to see Petya and Katya. Katya's fine. Petya's anxious. It's to be expected. It's going to be tricky. If only that were legal.
The kids from the orphanage were like Martians to us. All sorts of tall tales were passed around. A theft at the market, a hanged cat, someone's broken nose. We didn't even try to confirm those rumors. A lurking menace makes life much more exciting, you might say. We kept away from the group home, and its dwellers were, not too eager to chat to us either. pigeons are back. I released Asia's previous ones after she left, but now there are birds in here again. Aisha often spent a lot of time with her father at the research institute. He was a physicist there, renowned in scientific circles. Aisha's love for her father clearly influenced her choice of profession, though no one forced her into it. Quite the contrary, actually. She wasn't great with the exact sciences, so I tutored her for the entrance exams. Physics, algebra, and geometry. Her father would be the obvious person for that task, but he always claimed to have a ton of work to do. I didn't realize until later that he wanted to give us privacy. So there was this one time during a subordinate, and Aunt Gaia's late husband, he planted a sickly willow sapling into the ground. It would outlive him by 2 years. As the saying goes, a man must raise a son, build a house, and plant a tree. That's 2 out of 3, but no house. I had my own experience as a gardener. I picked up an acorn under our oak tree and planted it in a pot. A while later, a sprout appeared, but it didn't survive in my care. Not that I provided much.
Ugh, this weather's something else. I can't wait to get home to a cup of tea and some TV before bed.
You have reached the Khan. The president? Nah, I would have known. Right. Should I be worried for you? Don't even think of asking her. If she is, you ought to make her forget that someone. Any other news? You make sure you get that sleep. Go on to bed now.
this number. I only just got home. The weather forecast you doubted was spot on. What about you? Flooded yet? Did he? Oh, Almaz. I can't wait to see everybody. The sooner we go to bed, the sooner tomorrow comes. Hey, that's not what I meant. Good night to you too. Sleep well.
Yes, I get to see Asya again today. I've never been so eager to go to work before. I've been putting this off for so long, and now they've taken Pietya away. We wanted to tinker with this ship for the longest time. This picture holds both pain and warmth, a reminder of our splendid past. This was a birthday present too, by the way. For me. Almaz never has to overthink presents.
The number of small towns in Russia is fluctuating around a more or less constant average. On one hand, people are leaving for million-plus cities, and small towns are losing township status. On the other hand, the same process happens in medium-sized towns, pushing them into the category of small town. Rural areas are where population prospects are truly dire.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. So Mom wasn't joking. She let it slip over the phone once that you got a job here. Aren't you a little too smart for a place like this? I would gladly, but there's all the conferences and archives and my thesis. The role of industrial espionage in World War II. Finish up quicker here. I'll show you how to gather data out in the field. We'll find our childhood photos. Many people still have those lying around. I'll wait for you outside.
It's me again. Wow. That won't go well with her. Scared, huh? I was joking. Aunt Galia hasn't even invited anyone. I'm sure she'll be happy enough that we came over at all. And there you are, agonizing over it. Let's go before you run home and hide under the bed. Don't be so harsh. He may be a smartass, but that just makes him funnier.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police.
I'd die of boredom if I were alone at this
Do
station.
not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police. Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan.
Look what I caught, brother.
I'm so glad we're all together again.
Having a flashback of those reserve drills at school? Almost 25 and still fooling around.
I think it's cute. A soul doesn't age. Such a blockhead.
Call me a blockhead too, will you, Asya? It sounds so special when you say it. I'd let you call me that non-stop. It's a gift from Mom. We're making an album. You hard-pressed for money? Fine, count yourself in.
You're so generous.
Dear passengers, for your
Let's
own
head off
safety,
now.
please
We'll
stand
start
back
with
from the
the
platform edge. Thank you.
Doors closing. Next stop is factory.
A good old puddle. With us for all of our childhood years. With us still, actually.
We even named it, remember? Nikolaevskaya, in honor of Uncle Kolya.
Yeah, and we'd mark it on every map. No map was complete without the puddle.
Then we'd get in trouble for vandalism.
Misha even launched his little boats here. Always up to something.
Meltwater drained here in the spring and rainwater in the summer and fall. The puddle never dried up. It just froze down to its bottom in winter.
It'd also get moldy really fast, and then it'd spawn a bunch of tadpoles.
And we wondered if there'd be a dinosaur, too.
All the same, no one was too squeamish to enter it barefoot. Not even Asya with her fear of worms and water.
You argued forever over who got to carry me across. So, I only had myself to depend on.
I knew you'd be here.
Look who it is. What brings you here?
Aren't you gonna ask us how we're doing?
Can't wait to show off being a Moscow boy now? Well, go ahead.
Why so aggressive, Collier? They're not those kids anymore. And even back then, they used to crawl all over your car, shining it with their clothes, so what's the big deal?
Shining? Scratching more like. So, out with it. Are you here to beg me to lend you the car?
Remember you took a picture of us once we were cleaning up your garage? Where is that picture now?
You mean you were fooling around and now you'd like to get rid of the evidence? Dig around in the garage. It should be in one of those crates.
What does Uncle Kolya need a bike for? It's not like he'll ever ride it. A toolbox. Nothing remotely similar to a photo in here.
Oh, nothing
I've
between the
got nothing.
pages. No matter how
I'm
hard you
empty-handed.
shake. Some kind of junk with a clock. An old phone. That's all it is.
Find anything?
Perhaps you took the picture home.
What do you think I am? Some kind of hoarder? I left that junk where it was taken. Start really looking. Go through everything again.
Well, if the photo is junk to you, maybe you threw it away ages ago.
Look, clever guy. If I say it's in the garage, it's in the garage. The keys are inside.
Just like that?
Well, back then, you were a bunch of little kids. You would have crashed it. Now, you're all grown up. At least you look like it anyway.
Let's go to my place then, shall we? Football's on in a few minutes.
So you understand I've got no time for you. Busy out of my mind.
His generosity is suspicious.
Genghis had something too. Is he still here?
I can't believe we're in Uncle Collier's car.
Your neighbor's apples are always sweeter.
Oh, it's not your time to go yet, old man. Perhaps Misha will be less grumpy if we let him drive.
Later. Let's grab Genghis first. If we stop and swap seats all the time, we'll never get anything done.
Much better. That's the version of you I like.
Believe it or not, Asya, even I could kiss him now.
You idiots. There's the photo. It was in the glove box.
How we used to beg Uncle Kolya for a ride.
Yeah, he only let us honk the horn. I guess that was generous enough by his standards. I could see how Tom Sawyer got those kids to paint the fence for him. Even getting to wash the car was pure bliss.
To you, maybe. Our Tom would rather bury himself in old Soviet magazines. Talk about a born historian.
I wonder where they are now. A hoarder like Uncle Kolya doesn't just throw things away, does he?
You were so dumb. So happy to do chores for him.
And he was never satisfied either. He took that picture so he could rub it in our faces about how lazy we were.
I can understand Toma and Almas, but Misha? Drudging away like that? There's photographic evidence.
But it was totally worth it. That Babieda was the pinnacle of technology to us. It was basically a starship.
I used to dream of buying one just like that when I grew up, and I'd dream of traveling all of Russia in it. Other countries weren't something you even thought of back then.
Lake Baikal was supposed to be your first destination. We heard no end of Baikal trivia from you. You were a walking encyclopedia.
No way. No word from you in years, and then there you are, both at once.
Are you coming to Mom's party tonight?
Seriously, are you doubting me now? Just a sec. Got one in my wallet. There. Will that do?
You've been carrying it around in your wallet? Adorable.
I'll take it back if you make fun of me. Is that all you need?
Is he in trouble?
They didn't even let us in. In fact, we didn't even want to hand Vitya over, but they were all over him right away.
That sounds really odd.
So now we've discussed everything, right? Whoa, not so fast. I need you to do something too. See those two louts over there? They need to go to the orphanage. And I've really got no time for that. They ran away and went on a rampage. Smashed a window, pinched a bunch of things at the market.
And you're letting them go just like that?
Well, they're first offenders. I sure won't let it slide next time. By the way, Zinaida might have something for your album too.
Good thing Genghis is so chill. Another officer would have gone on a power trip. Or maybe I have it wrong. Maybe he's aiding and abetting the kind of kid he used to be. It was great being friends with Genghis. You know, he could give anyone a good thrashing. No vagrant would ever come near us.
He was a vagrant himself. Being a boxer helped.
Genghis was definitely a gifted athlete. He played several sports and excelled at all of them.
All but one. Chess. You couldn't get him to sit still for 5 minutes.
So you're still jealous? It took a lot to talk you into posing for that photo with the rest of us. Oh, well, each to his own. Genghis would have hardly made a good scientist.
I was angry because of what Almaz said. That he'd get to space before I'd take up sports.
But you did go for morning runs with Genghis, of course. You only lasted a week.
Each one of those runs left me feeling like I was gonna die. I was nauseous, dizzy, seeing spots. By the way, it wasn't just running. I did chin-ups too. Although Genghis did say I just looked like a sausage hanging from the bar.
Then they sent him to a regional competition. He'd have been the world champion of something at this point, if not for that fight.
He was defending a girl, 1 against 3, and he was the only one who got arrested. Even the competition committee couldn't do anything.
He even gave up exercise out of frustration. Vagrant or not, Genghis was honorable. Genghis was quite the troublemaker in our school days. He even had a juvie record behind him. His parents and teachers had pretty much given up on getting him to see any sense, you know. They just kept saying he'd be the death of them. And when we were studying the Reformation in world history, Genghis wrote on the wall of the police cell, "Here I sit, I can do no other." That was prophetic. He was, you know, to return there in a different role, let's say.
Out with it then. Why won't you just stay put? You've got food, a roof over your head.
Try living in here and you'll see. Terrarium as hell. And then there's her, the xenomorph. You seem like an alright chick though.
Hey, if you mean alright to act up, I'm not what I seem.
Yeah, Zinaida doesn't exactly make life easy for you. Why won't Uncle Kolya leave her? Not a lot has changed here. As a historian, I find this boring. Yep, girl has a hell of a temper. We tried to gang up on her and it didn't work. Boy's a wimp, though.
What's in it for us? Deal.
A class reunion by the looks of it. Such a pleasure to see.
Well, you can't have a reunion without the class tutor, right? That's why we're here to see you.
So what are you up to now? Tell me everything.
That would take a long time. Basically, I enrolled, I graduated, and now I'm an engineer with the job.
So all the times I drilled you on calculus paid off.
If only that was all you drilled me on.
What about you, Artemius?
Enrolled? Graduated? Now a historian with a job?
I could sense this coming. Something didn't add up here. Of course, it's her birthday. I'll go and have a look. I can see that. My criminal duo. Where did you find them? Well, they'll tell me themselves, if they choose to. I suppose I'll go get the photo then. I'm leaving you in charge. I hope not too many children run off when I'm gone. I suppose there's enough of you to handle a dozen kids.
Is this it? Just standing around and watching? Not what I imagined.
I see you have a lot of experience there.
Here we go again.
Tired, Misha? Thought you'd join us.
Quit standing there and help out, dude.
Who's the fastest? Us is the fastest.
Fine, at least this is exercise. Playtime's over.
How did you find me?
Here I come. You've given me quite a run.
Let's play tag.
Kids these days.
Freeze!
Hugs for everyone, kids.
We could use some help before they scatter all over the place.
Who do we have here?
They're on to us!
Here. It's all I could find.
That's a lot. We can go to Mom with what we already have.
You've been very helpful.
You're speaking out of turn now, Mikhail. I'll give it a thought.
We were done with school by this point. Our finals were over, entrance exams are coming up, and we got a moment to pause and rest. Summer, summer, summer is taking my cares away.
I'm still furious every time I remember that grade in history. B- and not an A+. It cost me my school medal, and I really could have used that medal when I was getting into university.
You were too smart for your own good. You invited those extra questions on yourself because you wanted to impress the examiners with how much you knew.
Take comfort in knowing I made a fool of myself too when I fell into the fountain.
Well, the edge was slippery and you were drunk. We couldn't carry our liquor back then anyway, especially not Applejack. And that fiasco didn't affect your future in any way.
In any way? For all I know, I could have been married to Asia for years by now. I did it all for her, remember?
And Genghis would have been the one married to me if he had walked on his hands along the fountain edge.
course he would have, but Misha got jealous and pushed him into the water on purpose.
Nah, he wouldn't have. Genghis like Varia, your prom date.
Get me out of here, Uncle Misha. Swear it.
Any news about my father? Just curious. I'm not surprised. My father's a biohazard all by his lonesome. Who's that girl you're with? Didn't recognize her, that's all.
Step on it, man. You're driving like a girl. I shouldn't have let you behind the wheel.
Approaching orbital velocity.
Did you hear that? I don't like that sound. Did it come from under the hood? Oh, stop the car! We're gonna crash!
Well, now it's clear what Uncle Kolya's motivation was. He fixed a thing or two, and now we're his test drivers. He'll pin the breakdown on us too.
What if we crashed?
Impossible. It wasn't the brakes that gave out.
I'm going to miss the train, and then there's Angalia's party. Can you do this without me later?
Not so fast. Look, it's Almaz.
What's with Uncle Kolya's car? Why are you inside it? A display of incredible generosity.
Have you got it?
The photo? Yes, here you are. Where are you headed anyway? It's all right, I had to help Mum in the kitchen anyway. Keep your jealousy to yourself and help me choose the flowers. No, I haven't. Does it matter? Giving the same flowers year after year, it isn't a good look.
Mesmerizing. You sure have a way with words.
The summer after middle school. We just finished our exams and Aunt Galia, she took us outside the fence for a picnic.
Right. And the place was swarming with mosquitoes. The campfire was our only protection. I smelled like smoke for 2 days after that.
And Almaz teased you. Interesting choice of perfume.
All you can remember are the mosquitoes? What about all the mushrooms, milk caps, red caps, penny buns? Things of beauty.
And someone we all know mistook a death cap for a champignon.
So? Choma barely made it out alive too. He chopped at his own leg with an axe. A good thing he was wearing high boots or it would have been much worse than a scratch.
Boys, boys. What's with always needing to prove something to someone? Genghis volunteered to chop firewood, and Toma had never even held an axe before.
Exactly. I used to think when people in books turned pale as a sheet, it was an exaggeration. I also used to think people would scream a lot in those situations, but Choma, he just stood there, frozen.
And you couldn't light the campfire. Asya pestered you with advice, taught you to arrange the firewood in a little tent structure.
Well, what did you expect? Women have always been keepers of the fire. We'd know how to build one. Aunt Galia and I were in charge of the food, too.
We would have starved without you, of course. Not like we were roasting sausages on a stick.
Now for the final touch, Asya's birthday. Go ahead, Misha. Produce the photograph.
Is it that precious to you? Guys, maybe we should let Misha keep it.
Others parted with theirs and it didn't kill them.
We've still got the negatives. I can print more.
Go forth and fetch it, O brother of mine. Make haste. Don't keep us all waiting.
I think he meant you.
It's a pity giving my own photograph away, but that's what a present should be. Something that hurts to part with. Well, let's head to my place and retrieve it. I hope the gift was a good call.
You can really smell autumn, the fallen leaves.
Walking is good for you too. Your feet are how you discover the world.
Strike up our marching song. Come on. Is nobody gonna sing?
Gift ideas are a form of art, and I never mastered it.
Should I make a bouquet of leaves to pair with Almaz's flowers?
In this tiny town, one might as well take a stroll. No time for that out in the world.
What is autumn? Ba 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 bow bow.
One gift between the three of us? That's just disgraceful.
I wonder if it's still the season for mushrooms. Aunt Galia used to make amazing mushroom soup.
As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step.
I'll keep bugging you till we're a proper a cappella group.
I've been on the lookout here this whole time. Almost ready to head to Aunt Galia's. Thought you were already there. He let you drive it? Lived out your childhood dream? And you messed it up that bad immediately? I wouldn't want to be you right now. You didn't. That's quite something. I hope he doesn't lose his mind.
Just to remind you, the photo, bro.
Are you going to wait for Misha? As you wish, I'll go set the flowers in water.
Found it?
Tioma definitely came up with the best greeting that year. Happy birthday, old woman!
Well, it was memorable, which is more than I can say for your muttering. What was it? May is the best month of the year. Stay born in it?
We could have held a contest. Your birthday greetings versus what Almaz wrote on Misha's poster.
He overdid it. I only asked him to help with the artwork.
Your style shows through, though. The sea and the ship.
Traitor! Traitor! There's no other word for it. This instead of helping out his brother with a gift idea.
I really liked your notebook, too. I turned it into a diary later on.
And Genghis's gift was dead on arrival.
Silly me. Putting a cake on a chair.
Almaz could have watched where he was sitting down, so much for his flashy outfit.
At least Genghis's flowers survived. No one else has given me poppies, before or since.
The four of us won't fit. I'll take the stairs. Bit of exercise too. I've put on a few pounds.
Looks like Genghis is as athletic as ever.
Isn't that a good thing?
Never said it wasn't. Just noting.
It's a tie.
So many of you kids. Even Asya's here. Oh, what a surprise.
Oh, please. Back in the day, half the town would be here.
There's not much to celebrate anymore. I'm growing older, year after year. To the table! To the table! Let me at least pour you some tea. To the table! I baked a cake. Misha, help me fetch the dishes from the kitchen. Grab the tray and take it to the table. Misha, please serve the tea. You're sitting closest to the samovar.
Less talking, more pouring.
Pour me one with everything. Truly chivalrous of you.
Just add some cold water.
Same as Choma.
You're a big boy now, and you're still imitating your older brother.
I'm not. That's actually how I like it.
With me it's simple. Just give me some dry tea leaves and I'll smoke them. What's with a blank stare? I'm kidding. Sugar and lemon's fine.
Nothing special for me. Hot, no sugar, no lemon. Don't you remember?
Just what the doctor ordered.
Bellissimo.
Me, I like it hot.
This is amazing.
Mom, I know you have a whole archive of our childhood photos. Here's some more for your collection.
My goodness! Where'd you find all these treasures?
It's our trade secret.
And you're not sharing it? Because of course you aren't.
The tea is so delicious. Just like when we were kids, home after a snowball fight.
I don't remember that. When?
Misha's known for his imagination, and so is Genghis. That story about his parents pouring vodka into his tea to warm him up?
Hey, that really happened. Are you also gonna say Misha and me never smoked behind the school? Yeah, your dad's a great guy, that's for sure. Never raised a hand at you.
I have to say, we were all lucky to have such parents. He was really busy. I sometimes wished for more of his attention.
Thanks for the birthday wishes. No, I haven't seen Nikolai. He must be in the garage, busy fixing something or another. That really is odd. Where could he be? I'll call you if I find anything out. Kolya's gone. He's not in the garage. Zenaida is worried because he promised to drive her to Kazan. She needs to buy something there.
Why are you surprised? We were a great excuse for him to get out of that trip. Perhaps he won't even yell at us for the car breaking down.
Whichever way this goes, we have to return the car. Perhaps we'll run into Uncle Kolya on the way.
I'm not going, Misha. I won't rest till I know everything's fine. Uncle Kolya may be difficult, but he's not some stranger.
No problem.
I hope Asya didn't get the wrong idea.
Here's what I think. It's not likely Uncle Kolya's looking for the car. Or it'd show up here. I'll check at the precinct. Maybe they know.
Why not just call?
If he's gotten himself locked up, I'll have to personally step in.
Exactly. I'm going to call Dad and give him a heads up. Hi, Dad. Don't wait for me tonight. I'm having a sleepover. Everything's fine. We've just been out late. Love you too. See you tomorrow.
The paint must have dried up by now. How often does Almas come here?
Godspeed. Godspeed.
Train station. Should he be? You got it. I don't even know why they're keeping both of us here. You could just ID everyone on the way out. Suppose I feel that you are.
If Uncle Kolya found out that Vitalik is covering for me, he'd badger me about it forever.
Well, shall we?
Uncle Kolya!
It's as if the ground swallowed.
I can't drive. Fine. I've warned you. You guys are so athletic.
Call me a weakling now. I dare you.
Looks like we're managing it.
I'm starting to like this.
Heave-ho! I should paint this. Car haulers on the Volga.
Watch your hands then.
on, let's get some speed going.
Easy, if we work as a team.
Don't give up. We can do this.
I think I'm getting my second wind.
We're almost there.
It's eerily quiet.
Hi, have you seen Uncle Kolya by any chance?
He's at the police station.
Uncle Kolya's temper being what it is, it's no great surprise he got riled up at the police station.
We should have gone with Genghis right away.
We were watching football, had a petty argument, and then he goes, "Do I know you?" Wouldn't calm down till the police brought him in. Trying to pin the car theft on me too. You should go to the precinct and see for yourselves.
There you are. Misha, you need to see this.
Why are you here? This isn't a zoo, and if it is, pay for your tickets. I'm not your uncle.
Your Pobieda's engine died on the way. We just put the car back in the garage.
What's that got to do with you? Why are you protecting that jerk? I don't even know you. Leave me alone.
Let's go. Anzina's been looking for you.
That stupid woman who came to see me? I'd rather sit here a while longer. But you, beautiful, I'd take you out for a stroll.
Well, what did I tell you?
They're both fond of booze.
It's clear, isn't it? The Yanks deployed a psionic weapon. Don't be so paranoid, man.
It still doesn't add up. Two people with the same symptoms.
Let's go for a walk and discuss it, maybe. It's such a warm night. Feels like summer.
I've got more business to sort out here.
We're going to Mom's place. It's her 60th birthday, and we've abandoned her.
Don't lose track of time. If it gets too late at night, I won't let you in.
How about the school?
Back in the day, I used to complain about having to go back to school. Not anymore. Uncle Kolya would often quote this proverb. He'd say, "Don't think prison or poverty can never happen to you." His fear of getting locked up, it sort of made him sycophantic towards his superiors. It was kind of disgusting to witness, to be honest. That being said, he never minced his words with others. As for money, well, you can only make so much working at a train station. I don't suppose Uncle Kolya has a chest full of gold hidden off somewhere that you can get to. Two eventful days, and my head is no longer swarming with nonsense. Perhaps it really is time to make a change.
Let's go to the roof.
We're alone. I need to confess, I can't keep silent about it anymore.
My tongue's about to fall off. Never thought I could chat for a whole night. You're right. It's time to head down. No, really. You've got the morning train passengers to let through. You should get some sleep. I'll be off in the evening. We've got another day to spend together. Should we go right now, or sit here for some more? I'm all ears. I know how you feel about me. When people hesitate like that, it's obvious. Don't ask questions. Come here.
Dear passengers, the train now approaching platform 1 is the 423 service from Kazan. Please stand clear from the edge of the platform.
Reveille. What are you doing here? Did you get kicked out of the house or something?
The 423 service from
Classmates
Kazan.
can't be
Your train
bedmates,
has arrived
huh?
on platform 1.
Fine,
Numbering of the cars
whatever.
starts
Get
at the
up.
front of the
Train's
train.
pulling in.
Thank you for your attention.
Ugh, I forgot my crossword puzzle again.
Dear passengers, the 423 service to
Local
Kazan
health
will now
authorities
depart
are
from
conducting
platform
mass
1.
testings of
Please stand
citizens
clear
to
of the
keep
platform
track of
edge.
cases of infection and contain the disease. Preliminary data indicates the disease is caused by a previously unknown pathogen. All available resources have been deployed to combat its spread.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Yes, I've seen the helicopters. Yes, I am home. Yes, I am fine.
The train now
Well, that
approaching
changes
platform 1
everything.
is the 423 service from Kazan. Please stand clear from the edge of the platform.
You know, about what you said when you called the other day, I've thought about it. I suppose it's time to let bygones be bygones. So, you approve then? Have you heard about the events here in Kazan? My phone has been on fire since this morning. I'm sick of it already.
Of the 423 service from Kazan.
Why?
Your train
Here
has
I
arrived
am,
on
enjoying a
platform
cup
1.
of coffee on my
Numbering of the
balcony.
cars starts at
The
front
worst
of
that
the
can
train.
happen to us
Thank you for your
will
attention.
happen. We're all going to die. Fair enough.
Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform.
parents are in Kazan, right, Misha? Has it been long since you checked on them? Kazan's giving off a bad vibe. Helicopters and cops everywhere. Army vehicles, too. We decided not to wait for the news. Took off home in a hurry. A backwater place like this feels safer. Not far from a military post, too. Tried to get my old folks to come along, but they wouldn't abandon the house.
We have to hurry, Misha. Mum's lost her memory. God damn it, Misha, which part isn't clear? I came in for breakfast, and she said to Chioma, you could have at least introduced your friend. Ah, it's so damn obvious. Somehow we didn't think of that. He got insistent with Mum, too. She won't listen to him. We need an outsider to do it. Don't even look in that direction. You can check that out later. Our house is a shorter walk. What's more important to you, a helicopter or Mum?
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at checkpoint office 1.
I'll wait here. Mum can't stand the sight of me now.
This doesn't seem like Aunt Gaia. Her door is always ajar. Why won't she stay at home, walking around with all that damn nonsense going on?
Who's there? I have not lost my memory. Asya was with you, I hope. Keep her safe. It's dangerous to walk around at night, even in this backwater town. There's a deranged man in town. Came here in the morning and insisted he was my son. And Chioma backed him up. Why aren't the police doing anything? From now on, I'm locking my door. Is that some practical joke? How do you know him? Chioma does too. Does Asya? What kind of a name is Almaz? Well, if you insist, you're like little kids. Just have to play your games. Then again, it's my birthday, isn't it? It's got to be memorable. Am I right? Don't waste your time, Misha, dear. You're not going to find any almaz here.
Oh, but I will. That toy train set was a present to him from Uncle Bahir.
He bought that wretched train set for Choma as a New Year present. Back then, you dreamt of faraway lands. You almost took residence in our house, playing with it for days on end.
Yeah, that happened. But who do you think this little crying guy is?
What? You don't recognize yourself? Or how you lost your mind? You monopolized that train set. For all that Tioma had been taught to share, in the end, he had enough and took it back.
Tioma and I are the same age here. Well, look, the other boy in the picture is clearly younger.
You know, you're right. Who is that then?
Take a hint. It's Almaz.
I know. A friend of mine had come over and brought her kid along. Exactly.
Stop making things up, Aunt Galia.
Don't raise your voice at your elders. That's enough joking.
What's funny about this? Imagine how Almaz is feeling right now.
Imagine how I'm feeling right now. People are telling me I've gone insane.
We want to help.
I'm perfectly fine.
Ah, check your passport. There must be a mention of Almaz in it.
So you too had a hand in tampering with my passport, you good-for-nothing.
Look inside the photo album we gave you yesterday. Almaz is all over it.
The photographs are doctored. I've read how that can be done. Out of arguments, are you?
Aunt Galia is on edge. Enough for now, maybe. Almaz and I can think of more strategies later. Almaz puts his hopes in me. I must do everything I can. All right, who did you recently travel to Kazan to visit?
It was a shopping trip. And if the purpose of that album is to make fun of me, then you know what?
So that was a wasted effort. Aunt Galia taking it personally doesn't help either.
Now my mood is ruined.
This is in case I forget. I'll write a note on the back along the lines of Artyom, if you're reading this, you've lost your memory. That's Misha in the photo. He's a friend. Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. The symptoms are too odd for this to be a contagious disease, but somehow it's spreading. We must take every precaution. It's about time he stopped clinging to Mom's skirts. This whole thing is unpleasant, of course, but it's not life or death. She's not 5. She'll be fine. Pick it up, will you? It ought to be in the custody of one of us. Where have you hidden Asya, by the way? I have to take a picture of her, too. Bring her to my place later?
How did it go? I'm not just gonna give up. I'll wait for her on the bench here. She'll leave the house at some point.
I'm back. What's our plan? What, Asya? You're still asleep? Get up, sleepyhead. I'd be really curious to see what grown-up Almaz's paintings look like. She didn't wait after all. Must have run off to the station to see me. So what's the deal with this visit? Today a helicopter, tomorrow a UFO? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. I should either put away that frame or find something new to put inside it. She must have been bored enough to find something to entertain herself with. I'll definitely get down to work on it once everybody's gone. Whoa! Get back here! Right, what do we have here? Asya's birthday. Okay, we've got that. Not that Uncle Kolya needs that picture, obviously, but he'd have given us hell over it now. That picture is from Almaz. He'd be hurt if he knew his mum had let the album scatter to the winds. Yay! Genghis's medal! I've got a keen eye. We had a kite get stuck in a tree once. We couldn't reach the lower branches, and the trunk, it was twice as big as our arm span at the time, to be honest, so we couldn't climb it either. Artyom and I argued for ages over who'd stand on whose shoulders, to get up there. We both wanted to be the tree climbing hero. And if it hadn't been for Genghis, we'd have lost our kite. He got sick of our bickering about it, and he hoisted up Almaz without saying a word. Almaz almost fell from the tree, though. Simply retrieving the kite wasn't enough for him. He climbed all the way up to get a bird's eye view of the town. The prom, a must-have. Found them all. Now my conscience is clear. That's better. Welcome back.
How is this possible? She used to memorize every phone number, every birthday.
She never forgot a soul.
Why are you fussing around? Asya? Well, why didn't you say so? I've seen her. She was up by your window. I told her she was late for the train.
What if Asya's forgotten everything too?
Please have your exit permit and a
I
ticket
suppose
ready for
she went off to
inspection
gawk at the
checkpoint Office
helicopter.
1.
It's what everyone's going on about. Who's in it, and why, and what for.
Hey, Misha, you're here too. Meet my fiancée, Olya. Olya, this is Misha. We've known each other since school.
Nice to meet you too.
Why'd you skip work yesterday? Did you find him? Rumor has it that your neighbor Vitya doesn't recognize his kids anymore, too. That the same woman you were chattering away with yesterday at the station? No, but go check the hospital. Maybe she's getting tested. A flu epidemic or something. They've sent some big boss over from Kazan. Hell of a guy, loud. They're marching everyone off to get tested, threatening to put us in quarantine. Well, what is it then? Gee, you're really cheering us up, Misha. I would have preferred the flu.
I'm not a fan of medical stuff, but if Asya's in the hospital, I can manage for her sake.
They say it's some kind of emergency. I don't even remember the last time a helicopter landed here.
Asya, are you here? Has anyone seen Asya?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop yelling. Have you had
You
a
here
blood
for a
sample
blood
taken
test?
yet?
Nah, it's further down the hallway. That's a police matter, not ours. Go and get tested. If she was there, her name will be in the long.
I regret coming here.
Come in. Sit down.
Should I try to get ahead of the line? I only need to ask about Asya.
Relax. Try to feel at home. Anyone else here for tests?
We're getting to the final stretch.
Take the chair, please. Next. What's your name?
Snegov Mikhail Anatolyevich.
Come in and sit down.
As they say, thank you for doing your civic duty. You're here, and you don't know, eh? There's a suspected novel strain of flu, like the Spanish one earlier this century. We need a large sample to be sure. Whether to vaccinate or to test first is our call to make. In about a week. Does this look like an information desk to you?
What's with you being so grumpy today? Why not help the guy? You never know. What's the girl's name? I'll check the logbook. Kamishina. You say Kamishina. No record, sorry.
Looks like Asya isn't at the hospital. Not where I'd want to find her anyway.
Anyone else here for tests?
If I were Asya, where would I look? What are our private landmarks? The most prominent ones. She can't know about Aunt Gaia, or else she won't leave. I mean, she even stayed for Uncle Kolya's sake. Where else could Asya be? Should I ask Genghis for help? On the other hand, how can I lie to her? She'll never forgive me.
Take the chair, please.
Police. He's on patrol duty, driving around town. It's about the testing. Can I take a message?
So Genghis is on patrol. Catching him will take some effort.
If we ever lost each other as kids, we'd always meet under the oak tree. Even now, not everyone has a cell phone, and that was way before all that. Could only call people's folks at home. They'd say, he's already left, and nothing else. Our games of hide and seek in the park, they created quite the tradition. You know, the seeker would face the tree, he'd start counting, and it was also where you returned if you were never found. We'd hide in trees, inside shrubbery,
Misha,
or at the bottom
I'm
of
here.
some moored boats, even under the cars in front of the Institute. Almaz liked to cheat. He'd run from one spot to another. I once found an overturned boat on the bank with a hole in its side. I climbed underneath it. It was one hell of a heavy boat. Artyom couldn't find me, and I wouldn't give up just to spite him. I spent the whole day in that hideaway. I even thought about calling the police to find me.
Misha. Better to ask where I haven't been. The station, the helicopter, the cafe, the school, pretty much the entire town. And that's despite you ditching me first. I know, I looked for you there as well. What are we going to do? I was talking about Aunt Galia. But what about my work trip? So, you think the whole mess is because of this forgetting thing? I don't even know what to call it. What are your plans? Then let's go to the station, shall we?
I need to get Asya out of here. Something bad is going on in this town. She'd be better off not coming back here. I wonder how old it is. It's simply massive. Probably remembers the mammoths. Does an oak tree have memories? Can it forget? Or will it be the last one to remember us after we all forget each other?
Give me 5 minutes and I'm all yours. I went around the shops to stock up on essentials. We don't know what to expect yet. Don't remind me about him. Did she hit her head? So people weren't kidding. I need to process what you said. What kind of silly question is that? What, are you a stranger? Of course you can. We'll feel safer together. So soon? I've got to cook something for you.
I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported in Tatarstan.
If you've known someone a long time, even silence feels intimate.
Look, Mom, those are your favorite flowers. I wouldn't know that if I weren't family, would I? Don't pretend you can't hear me. I'm not letting anyone sleep tonight until you come out. Ah, you found each other. I'm not abandoning Mom.
But she has Toma.
Good one. Choma legged it to the station.
I can't do this, Misha. Aunt Galia needs support.
Stop it. I'll handle it on my own just fine.
I say it's better off going away with Choma than getting stuck here.
Thanks, Misha. I'll visit your mom and dad.
I repeat, we asked the townspeople to report bleeding at the hospital. Cases of
Hello? Hello? Come on, speak already. Why? What's the matter? What about Artyom? What a pig. All right, stay with her for now.
And here's Misha. He'll have all the answers for us. What's the deal with the train, man?
There won't be a train.
You can call the bosses.
Say, for example, what time the train will be here?
It'll be here when we stop it. Let us out on the tracks, Misha, if calling isn't an option. You're all over the place. First you admit the flu thing is a load of bull, and now you won't let us out? Whose side are you on? Misha, right now you absolutely don't have to be some big boss.
Please. Misha needs that train as much as you do to put me on it. But what difference does it make if there is no train? What can he do?
He can let us through the door to the platform. We'll handle it from there, no worries.
Let me say a few words to Misha. He'll listen to me. Listen, man, my life is in Moscow. Children leave the nest sooner or later. It's your nest that's backwards. The parents left. I don't want to be stuck here and end up like my mother. I'm sure others feel the same way. Why? You did have ambition. You wanted to win Asya's heart, and you just didn't know how. You tailed her everywhere. Oh, please. Asya and you, fat chance. You might as well say you won the Nobel Prize in Physics or have been appointed Minister of Transportation. Although in that case, you would have no problem letting us out. What are we talking about? How do you know my name? Why, of course. I showed you my permit on the way in. Misha? Misha who? Do you have any idea how many Mishas I've met in Moscow? You weren't among them. I've never seen you before, and I hope I never see you again. Misha, my friend from school. The handwriting's fine. No, that's impossible. Not like this. What if I forget everyone? How am I gonna live? If you're telling the truth, let us out. For our friendship's sake. Do you value procedure over living, breathing human beings? Follow me, people.
Get away from the door. No. I won't be able to sleep at night if I do. I see it! It's getting closer! Hey! Stop the train!
Why won't it stop? Hey! Stop the train! Everyone out of the way! It almost ran over us. Satisfied?
Whatever. We'll see who gets the last laugh. We're gonna hijack a bus and make a break for freedom. Why would we? Let me get this straight. Are you threatening us? Oh, gee. How considerate of you. Our trouble is our business. Stay out of it. Wait! Don't leave without me!
Nothing left to do at the station. I should head home, crash, and forget this whole nightmare.
I'll stay over at Aunt Galia's for the night. She needs support now.
Get the hell out of here! No access.
I thought you were leaving today, Asya.
That's what I thought too, until we were told at the station that the train had been cancelled. Can you imagine?
That means Choma's still in town, right? He should have gone home to Mum instead. What happened to the train? An accident? Then I've got a ton of time for Mum. That means I'm next. I need to hurry. How can I get through to Mum? The flowers haven't helped either.
Me? I'll go to Aunt Galia and see what I can do.
They say there's an infection going around. I wouldn't leave the house without a good reason.
See you tomorrow. I hope there will be a tomorrow.
Lo and behold, my oak tree. It's been such a long time since I last visited you. It was always Mom I went to. I think your place has barely changed. Suppose the quarantine drags on, you lose your job, and you hibernate. You're a Misha, after all. A name they give to bears, and it'll be winter soon. Your wish is my command. I suppose I'll be off to bed then. I'm dead tired.
Looting, assault, and other forms of street violence have become commonplace as the rapid spread of the disease causes panic. The government has been forced to adopt a firm response. All defense and law enforcement agencies have been placed on high alert, with army units being deployed to large cities. There have been clashes between local people and the police. The attackers were detained and are facing prosecution.
Will you read me a bedtime story like Mom used to?
I thought he'd sleep in the armchair. You didn't even ask. Oh, so it's the armchair for me then.
When I was small, she'd always sit by my bedside till I was asleep. What's he doing at the station? He should be an engineer or a naval architect. He took the picture back? Sneaky hoarder.
You're a heck of a sleeper. I've already had breakfast. Fat Chan's still pushing the flu story. They even ran an on-the-ground report about it. What's the point? Haven't you heard about the whole country grinding to a halt? I've called Vitalik too. He says there won't be a train today either. To pick up Asya. You just won't take no for an answer, will you? Well, go get ready then.
Talentless artwork. Shred it. Throw it out while Misha isn't looking.
You're already here. I was about to come to yours.
Sure, bring out the excuses. You were probably in bed like the lazybones you are.
Even Almaz is up.
Hi there. I calmed her down. Had to tell her it was you who'd forgotten your mother and went looking for her. What? At least I did something.
Shall we get going? How about a stroll?
I'm off to the Institute. I've got work to do. Quarantine or no quarantine.
I'm coming with you. I'm not letting you go missing again.
Blockhead. You think you can save me from amnesia by being at my side?
Are you coming along, Almaz?
God, going to Mum is so scary. I once painted all over the entrance hall wall. No one told me off. On the contrary, Mom suggested that I should paint more. Mom was always supportive of me. For his part, Dad put in a word so it wasn't considered vandalism. It became an impromptu exhibit. Even the school newspaper wrote about it. But one day they repaired the entrance hall, painting it all over. Dad's tree. He always believed a person had to leave behind something greater than words on a headstone. We didn't have our own dacha, but as soon as he was at someone else's, he'd grab a shovel or a pruner or a rake and get to work. He was fond of working with his hands and good at it. After all, he started out as a simple blue-collar worker before his party position left him with no time for manual labor. He could craft anything. He made a table and a set of chairs for a friend's anniversary. Those were something else, all artsy with carvings and such. He'd work through the night on them.
Who's there? You again? If you understand now, why show up? If you want to make amends, stop coming back here. I know. They told me already. What do you want from me? I've already forgiven you. Now go. You look like a grown man, but you whimper like a little girl. You really do need a mother to lead you by the hand. Go. Don't make me cross. I'm going to call the police. You can stay with them. You think I won't? I will, and you know it.
Is she really gonna call the police? I gotta scram.
Hello, is this the police? Zakhaeva here. Some lout is trying to break into my apartment. Yes, thank you so much. I'll be waiting.
Almaz, is that you making the ruckus in there? I was on patrol. They told me over the radio to come here and sort things out. It's a short drive. Listen, buddy, you're chasing after your mom the way others chase after women. Don't know how to put this politely, but it don't look very healthy. Listen, you're only making it worse. Next time, it might not be me who responds to the call. You might end up behind bars for quite a while. And I'm telling you, as a friend, to back off. Temporarily, at least. Choose the right moment. Don't be so obvious. Strategy, tactics, and all that. Let's go. Don't get stubborn on me. Where do you want to live to? Your mom's watching us over there in the window. Let her think I've dealt with you.
Incentive, are you done at Zakhaeva's?
Affirmative.
Then hurry off to the town council. The garrison commander is about to start his speech. People are trickling in already.
Copy that.
Quiet
We're
now.
When did they take the rope down? It was so cool to jump off it into the pool. We had to really get it swinging. The splash sent water flying as far as the merrymakers. Grown-ups browbeat us about the pond being filthy and shallow. We didn't care. Nobody became a mutant or broke their neck against the ground. Though becoming a mutant would have been fun. We even dreamed of building a treehouse. Gave up halfway through. Otherwise, I've had a place to live now. Even on the hottest days, the thick foliage offered shade. The wind rustled the leaves as if saying, "Hello there, folks. I'm thinking of you."
Back off.
I'll handle it, Almas.
I don't care which of you negotiates. There's nothing to discuss. The Institute is closed. Period. Makes no difference. I have orders not to let anyone in.
I can't leave, I can't do my work either. What do you propose that I do?
Refer to my unit commander for any questions. He'll be speaking outside the town council soon.
If I keep strolling around town, I'll risk missing the entire event at the square. As kids, Choma and I were at each other's throats quite often. An older brother is hard to beat in a one-on-one fight, but snowball fights were a whole different matter. I tried to be on the opposite team from Choma so I could stand against him, but sometimes they intentionally put us on the same team. I called Choma Bigfoot and his team the Yetis, while I myself bore the proud moniker of Polar Bear. We'd often get heavy snow in the winter. It would give us enough supply for more than just a snow fortress. We'd also dig trenches and layers. There was a suggestion that we should hibernate. Sneaking up on Choma from behind and pouring some snow down the back of his neck was a special joy. Sometimes I'd get the same treatment too. Genghis was very serious about fishing, to the point he'd hiss at me whenever I chased Asya around with a handful of earthworms in my palm. He's worried I'd scare all the fish away. To tease Genghis, I made my own fishing rod out of a twig, a piece of string, a cork, and a nail. Genghis would come out to fish at sunrise and stay until noon. I'd join him towards the end. I've never been a morning person. I once got up at dawn and fell asleep right on the bank. That infuriated Genghis too. I think he scared more fish away with his angry grumbling than I had whenever I chased around Asya. lover's bench. I used to bring my girlfriends here to make out. I'd play the guitar for them. Our little gang used to hang out here, too. The initials must be here somewhere. A plus K equals heart. Though I'm sure they've painted over it by now. I was 3 or 4 when I got my hands on my first guitar. At first, I just strum away without knowing what I was doing, but I gradually got the hang of it. Dad played too. It was only later, after I saved up money by cutting down on ice cream and such trifles, that I finally bought an instrument of my own. Everyone complained about my singing, but you hear your own voice differently than someone else's. When Chioma and I misbehaved as kids, we weren't told to stand in the corner. Instead, Dad would threaten to give us to the orphanage. Once, after a massive fight with Mom, I ran to the orphanage myself to spite her. I thought even that place must be better than our house. The orphanage director was scared that something might have happened to my parents and literally dragged me back home by the arm. I resisted, convinced I'd get a second round of scolding when I got home. I never would have guessed that my parents would just burst into laughter instead. From then on, Chioma and I heard nothing more about the orphanage. We always went home from school as a big crowd. We'd hang out in courtyards for hours, chatting away, and then talk to each other on the phone till it got dark and our parents came home from work. During class, we threw notes at each other. I kept them all and reread them sometimes. I've still got that archive at home. Take this one. We left the elephants behind in a hurry. Now we know to always take the front way out of an elephant. Some notes end up in the hands of teachers. They didn't appreciate our humor, and that was reflected in our school reports. Knowing that our notes could get confiscated, we addressed some of them to the teacher. We found that particularly amusing. The big decorated New Year tree was in the town square, and the kids' New Year matinees were held at the Palace of Culture. The fountain there left no room for a tree, of course, but its absence was still felt. This one time, I really liked a glitter ball in the town's New Year tree, so I stole it and brought it home. My parents made me return it. I cried my eyes out. The first New Year present I remember was a toy train set. Probably because Kyoma was the one who got it, and we never figured out a way to share it. The train may or may not have been my first memory. Off the top of my head, I can't figure out the earliest one.
What did he say? Can't hear a thing.
Patience. I'll answer every question. The new strain's latent period is 2/3 of that of the common strain, while its contagiousness...
How long is the common one's blatant period?
Blatant. Learn some words before you interrupt others.
Let's hear your question then, genius.
In due time, or a little later. I've already answered that question. As soon as the epidemiological situation stabilizes. We're keeping a close watch. How could I know when that will happen? Unlike my soldiers, the disease does not report to me. Hey, you know what? Come back when you've learned some discipline, boy. I have no time for you.
Don't shut him up. Give him an earful, bro. I'll fill you in later. Right now, let's call our valiant warriors bluff.
Haven't heard that before. I will make some inquiries. I don't owe any explanations to anyone. Will you let me end this meeting? The latter, of course, but I'd like questions to remain reasonable and simple. Enough now!
No, not enough. You'll go when the people let you.
Don't make it worse, Almaz. There's enough trouble as it is.
If you want to vent, you have us. That's what friends are for.
Don't listen to them, man. You're doing everything right.
That's it. My patience is out. Take him away.
Sorry, buddy. An order's an order.
Дайте уже спросить, вы не одни. Не наступайте мне на вопрос. Пожалуйста, потише. Не могу ничего разобрать.
Now we've got plenty of time to discuss anything we can think of. They opened fire at the checkpoint. Just warning shots, thankfully, but enough to stop us. The driver spun the truck around hard. It skid off the road and flipped on its side. We climbed out through the windows and scattered. They didn't bother to chase us, let it slide the first time, I suppose. I'm feeling like revolutionary from the time of the Tsars.
Almaz, you've been too spry for your own good as it is. How about you put your feet up for a minute? Kutu, I know you won't rest till you get it.
Hello?
Are you calling about the camp? Who gave you my number? I don't believe you. You've already spun me a sweater's worth of yarn. Did he care about me when he ran away yesterday? He'll be fine. It'll do him good to sit there and reflect on his actions.
Come on, Genghis, out with it. Are Almaz and Choma in your custody?
Of course they are, of course they are.
But you will let them go, right? Right?
I can't. Gotta do my goddamn duty.
Will you let us see them?
I have no right to do that either. You're not family.
Genghis, come on. You let us see Uncle Kolya, and this is Choma and Almaz.
That was 2 days ago. Things have changed in a major way since then.
When will they be released?
Soon. They'll be here for a couple of days till everyone forgets about them. Then they can walk.
Remember how Genghis smashed a town window and wound up here?
He was always too prone to accept a dare.
I guess it's karma. Us being here now for leaving him out to dry then.
But we were the ones who got him out of that one too. Even back then, we'd go to jail for him if we had to.
We didn't get him out. It was Dad.
Yeah, but only when we confessed that we had dared Genghis to smash the window of his office.
It's not a good thing to do. Dragging others into your family matters? We'd had a fight with Dad, and that had nothing to do with Genghis.
By the way, Dad often said pretty harsh things about him. Genghis was, after all, a punk.
What we did certainly didn't make him more popular. Besides, the reason for the fight had been us refusing to volunteer for the Subotnik.
All that gardening. I was never one for manual labor. I use my head. That's more who I am.
Is Chioma with you? Let me in. I'm getting in one way or another. Artyom, how did this happen? Oh, you're here too, punk. At last.
Is that our mom, Almaz?
You've still got your sense of humor, even here. I'm proud of you.
I honestly don't remember you. Nothing comes to mind.
What are my favorite flowers?
Lilacs? Starwarts? Peonies? I don't know.
Roses! Ordinary red roses! You're giving wrong answers on purpose. Do you really know my number? It's what's going to happen if we really are losing our memories. Seriously, Nael, let these two goofballs leave. They may have gotten a little carried away, but they wouldn't hurt a fly.
I could let you go, Almaz, but your brother...
What did I do that was so bad?
You're a repeat offender. Yesterday you hijacked a bus. That's right, I saw you scurry away from the checkpoint. And today you're stirring up trouble at the public gathering.
Almaz was at that meeting too.
But otherwise he's clean. Just a couple of days before everyone stops caring who's locked up in here. There's enough other problems right now. Well, you can go. Hurry up, Almaz, before I change my mind.
What's going on with Tioma?
Almaz is joking around as usual. I'll release the prison in a few days after he's cooled down.
We had no doubt about Almaz, but do you promise?
Word of the Khan.
We have it bad. Tioma's forgotten me.
We've noticed.
So, is this where we part ways, youngsters?
All right, you can stay at my place.
That should be enough hugging.
One more minute, please.
We're finished.
Hey, mister! Yeah, you there in the uniform.
Hey, Big! Got a smoke? He's with us now. We're gonna make a proper dude out of him.
Katya got the infection from Dad. Says to get out of her face. Doesn't recognize me.
Leave them be. Let them get caught like I was, and they'll start to see sense.
Gee, look at him. He cares. Father of the year. Of what, Hook? Nothing happened. Got trotted out. We thought it went all smooth like.
To hell with them. Let's go, Genghis.
Can I go to Uncle Misha's? To build the model ship. Look! More soldiers.
Misha and Asya will probably stay home. They don't need anyone in the world right now. They already went there this morning. I stayed at Misha's for the night. I don't want to know what you just imagined. What's that? Can you smell it? It's like smoke. The orphanage is on fire. Quick, let's go to your place and call the fire brigade.
There's a hole in the fence. It's a shortcut. I'll show you. Follow me. We are almost at the hole.
rascals of mine. It's their revenge. A few kids went missing. They had acted rude to me in the afternoon and threatened me. I told them the police might become interested in them, and in the evening, they weren't there. I can imagine. They're out of control. They really are. 11 people in this wing, 9 in the other one.
I'll take the second wing.
Probably easy to breathe with the cold. You're dead.
Five days in a row, let a man get some sleep. Will they or won't they? It's so old. I think my dad and I started it together. I still recognize everybody. A long-time resident of our town. Our protector. Wish I could ask it for advice.
Get ready to go. Genghis is in the hospital. You haven't heard about the orphanage fire? Imagine sleeping through all of this.
Should I take Aunt Galia and Asya along to see Genghis or not? Oh, that'll be my second visit to the hospital in 3 days.
Who's there?
I'm here. Zinaida already called to tell us. She's with him at the hospital.
Just shaken. The children in her care were less lucky, but they're all alive. You go, and I'll head to the camp. We talked to the authorities and arranged accommodation for everyone who needs it. The kids will be housed in the school, and the grown-ups in the tents outside the building.
Aunt Galia has forgotten Genghis.
I might visit him too, if I have the time. We'll see. By all means, come by the school too. We could use your help.
If even Genghis didn't escape, I don't even know anymore.
Say, my business is picking up. You here for the cure? Cure for memory loss, obviously. I discovered it by good old scientific trial and error. Don't believe me? Go ahead and ask questions. Name anyone and I'll air all their dirty laundry. Snergov Mikhail Anatolievich, born in the otherwise good year of 1976 on September the 7th, to Nadezhda and Anatoly Snergov, employed as controller at our train station. Anything else? You, Commissioner Anastasia Vladlinovna, deafened us with your first cry on July 26, 1976. Mother Olga croaked when you were 11.
No, don't bring my mother into this.
Remember how you got me the job at the station?
Why, of course. Why not help a nice person out when you get the opportunity?
You sang a different tune back then. They're chasing me out into retirement. I'm not letting anyone have my job, and so on.
Yeah, that was rash of me. But I did put in a good word for you in the end.
Then it turned out that you'd been counting on me getting fired the next day. You got me the job because you didn't think I was a viable candidate. And at first you micromanaged me constantly. Chewed me out for every trifle. You played the irreplaceable veteran of the workforce.
So that's the thanks I get. I was passing on my experience to you, and you reproached me for it.
Well, if that's true, tell me how it happened. I gladly hear your side of the story. Perhaps I don't remember all of it now. After all, it's been a good few years.
Well, like I said, I was trying to help. I suppose it was clumsy, but I did what I could.
And they could have kept you on for longer. It's just, you'd gotten on everyone's nerves so much by then that they were eager to get rid of you.
If I'd been such a jerk, then why didn't they kick me out earlier?
They couldn't find a replacement. I work 7 days a week too, you know, and there's no one else to work the shifts. At least they're not making me sit there in the afternoon. Our bosses are great. If it weren't for your colleagues, you would have gotten away with your bullying.
You're spiteful. Is there nothing else you can remember?
Would you rather forget? Or have you forgotten already? Perhaps I'm making it all up?
Me? I don't hold grudges. Why remember vile stuff about each other?
Ah, so you admit you've forgotten. Because you know, I was messing with you. None of that actually happened. You supported me in every way possible.
Then why are you messing with my head? You're asking for a good beating. None of your business. If you know a way to trick people, you smartasses, then out with it. I'll cut you in. All right then, here goes. I stole people's records from the station. I know everything about everyone now. Are you listening or what? Who am I telling this to? I can pretend I'm completely free of confusion, and what I'm peddling as medicine is ordinary aspirin. Well, come on then. Go shout from the rooftops that Collier's scamming people. Then why lie about me making your life miserable? So, what do we do now?
Let Uncle Collier forget what he was like in his past life. At least something good has come from his obliviousness.
Yeah, and he'll reimburse me for the bribe to get into the station for the year's worth of aspirin. By the time that happens, I'll have earned good money and gotten out of here. All right, all right. Don't do anything rash. I'll return the records. I'm headed there anyway. Did you want something? Tell me, quickly though. Isienef. Yes, we do. He's lucky to be alive. It could have been worse. Much worse. Well, you can head straight to the patient. Follow me.
Stay orderly, children. Our hero needs rest.
I'm gonna be a policeman too when I finish school. Will you be our coach when I check you out of here?
You're gonna regret you even asked. I'll make you sweat like no tomorrow.
All right, time to go. There are more visitors.
We'll come again.
Mikhail, how wonderful. You're just the person I need. Come to the school later to help. There's going to be a camp outside the school to shelter all the newly homeless people. My kids were even allowed inside the school. They're still investigating. But it's clear, isn't it? My fugitives set the fire. They weren't happy just running away. They had to deprive others of a home too. Yes, a couple of bad eggs. Comrade Staff Sergeant himself couldn't stop them, so I had no chance either. His name's Nail, not Genghis. You should be more respectful. Last night, he saved my kids from certain death. You were lucky, growing up along someone so admirable and inspiring. What are you talking about, Mikhail? I've only known him since the fire. More of us? What do you mean? I'll be waiting for you outside the school. They're sending a bus to drive us there. If you hurry, you'll catch it.
It's so awesome to have friends around. Such a relief for once. I'm flattered. It's nice to see that news of my heroic feats travels fast. Whoa. Hang on a minute. Let me think. Genghis who? I only remember bits and pieces from last night because of all the adrenaline, but I don't remember any Mongolian guy giving me shelter. Is that the truth? You swear it? I knew I didn't have much time left.
It's all scary. That's why I'm quiet.
Ugh, you haven't seen scary. I'm gonna make faces at you now. That'll be really scary.
Here to see me too? No more trials for me, please, if at all possible. Scars adorn a man. It's nice, the whole thing. So many visitors today. You mean we're from the same town? Sure. I'm gonna have to ask you an awkward question, though. What's your name, friend? So you know my name, but I don't know yours. How is that fair?
We went to school together, Genghis. Come on. Try to remember. Do it for us.
Who told you? None of them. Any other questions?
I went to the hospital. Now I'm needed outside the school. Apparently everyone needs me. Absolutely everyone.
Hi, Uncle Misha. Yes, me and a bunch of kids ran away, and Uncle Nail took me in. She's at the other end of the hall. She doesn't remember me anymore, and doesn't want to see me.
Sitting at the opposite ends of a corridor, the epitome of a broken family.
When are we going to build a ship?
A single sheet of paper is all I need. Pietia is waiting. I'll distract him with a paper boat.
Shall we start? Have you made things out of folded paper before?
No, neither Dad nor Katia knew how. Will you show me?
Right. You start like this. Now over to you. I'll guide.
So easy.
What did you guys play with at home?
We had toy cars, toy soldiers, a ball.
So you and your dad had fun, eh?
That was nice. He got mad sometimes, but we always made up later.
Yeah, Katia's wonderful too.
She used to read me bedtime stories.
And there it is, the final fold.
I knew you'd come. You'd never abandon me, right? I like to know that for some reason. Sappy as it sounds. Boy, the closest person I have is a neighbor. No family, no friends. Are you talking about that kid who pestered me? He's not my brother. Did he tell you that? The liar! I haven't forgotten. I haven't!
Don't worry. Everything's all right.
All right? My father forgot me. I was put in an orphanage, and then it burned down. You call that all right? It all pisses me off so much. You used to always support me, Misha, and now...
It still hurts so much to see a different phone number for each of my parents.
I'd say good afternoon, but it's not. Misha, you still remember me? Aunt Gallia called and told me about Almaz. Perhaps it's the same thing with us. You should know that your father and I met yesterday. We made up. That's more than enough to start, I think. Did you give your father the idea to call me? Then your father is smarter than I thought. Tell me, have you not forgotten anyone? Me neither. Maybe you're immune. Sooner or later, people will realize that it doesn't affect everyone. I could come myself. Haven't been in our town for so long.
You have reached the Kazan Municipal Department of Hell on Earth. No, I wouldn't say so. Just poking fun at the whiners. We met up. I'd even say we had a good time together. Either she's changed or the situation has affected her in that way. You sound like you're encouraging a friend who doesn't know what to do about a girl he just met. You know, there are people I wish I could forget, but no such luck. May it stay that way, son. May it stay that way. Well, I solemnly swear.
Let's have a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like everyone who should be here is here. Get in the bus, everybody, and don't hold anyone up.
The eternal construction site. It probably hasn't progressed one bit since our school days. An abandoned house. What could possibly be more alluring to a kid, especially when it's right beside the school? Sometimes we'd skip class and we'd come over here, looking for treasure behind the walls, but all we ever found was trash. We even brought some old furniture here to set up our base of operations. We'd sit on the roof to see off the setting sun, and then inside we'd play hide and seek. Almaz always liked to pretend that he was a ghost. Ooh.
Eager to contribute to the effort? See that truck over there? The cargo inside needs to be over here. Now's a good time to give the kids something to do. They need distraction.
Oh, I'll gladly do it. They're kids after all.
That's enough idling.
Once upon a time, there lived by the seaside 5 inseparable friends. They would spend whole days out at sea. It was a wonder their parents still recognized them. But one day, a storm unlike any ever seen destroyed their little town and carried the children away into the open sea. They were on the verge of drowning when suddenly there appeared a boat as wide as snow and rescued the children from the rough sea. It was no ordinary boat, but a living thing with a name. A skull-shaped rock stood tall on the tiny island, and under the rock sat a chest full of gold. But as soon as someone reached out to the chest, the lid snapped shut. The chest, too, was a living thing. With promises of carefree future, it convinced one of the children to stay on the island and become a pirate. His friends implored him to continue the journey with them, but to no avail. The other seafarers went on in search of their home, though they had no inkling as to where the tumultuous sea had brought them. The storm had already abated, the sea was calm, and the boat barely made any headway. Finally, an island loomed ahead. As soon as they made landfall and prepared to rest, the island shook, revealing itself to be the back of a whale. The children hurried away. The whale could dive at any moment, pulling them underwater. The boat crossed the sea far and wide, but never brought the children home. The wanderers met no end of misadventures. Once they came across mermaids. One of the children could not resist the charms of their sweet song, and the mermaids carried him away to the depths.
This should be enough to stop.
Aisha, still messing around with the kids. Lost all notion of time. I should pick her up.
We'll bring more later. Got more places to deliver to.
Chase. The mermaids grabbed hold of the boat and rocked it, nearly sinking it until they found themselves bombarded with trash. The projectiles of teenagers who lived on a nearby island. They were only slightly older than our band of seafarers. The third child stayed behind with them. He was lured by the teenagers' promise of complete freedom from parents. The boat sailed on into the boundless ocean, carrying the last two children, a brother and sister. Dolphins incessantly pushed them back toward land, but as soon as the boat crossed an invisible boundary, they instead became helpful. And that was how the children reached the continent, where they were welcomed ashore by grown-ups who had lost their own children. They became as one big family to each other and lived happily ever after. I'm finished. How about you? Your place, then? I'll stay at your place for the night, if you don't mind. I'd like to spend the last days of my old life with you. Wish I had your optimism, but where would I get any, with everything going on around us?
I hope I can make it home without being signed up for more volunteer work. Aisha's father took us on a trip once. The six of us couldn't fit in the car. Besides the driver and his daughter, the other people were, who was it? We had Choma, Almaz, Genghis, and me, of course. And Genghis volunteered to ride in the trunk. Aisha's father disagreed adamantly. You know, he found the idea absurd, but as always, Genghis wouldn't give up. In the end, the driver pulled a trick on him. He stopped by the first traffic police post we came across, and he asked them to search the trunk on the pretense of a contraband check. Genghis was scared out of his wits. He spent the rest of the journey lying across our laps. We were headed for the Volga. Almaz was gonna dive underwater, grab Aisha's foot like a sea monster. Ah! He knew she was afraid of the water. One time, he missed, grabbed my foot instead. I was
so startled I kicked him in the forehead with my heel. It was a great day. You know, the wild, wide river, the few scant clouds in the sky, they looked like little pillow feathers. And then you had the wind. It's like a breath of the future, holding so much promise for us. It was magnificent. One way we entertained ourselves in the winter was by building snowmen. Now, originally we used carrots for the snowmen's noses. My parents would always joke that I was a strain on the vegetable reserves. And once we noticed birds pecking at the carrots, we had to switch to inedible materials. After we'd heard about the Guinness Book of Records, we decided to get in one way or another and settled on building a giant snowman. It took every one of us to roll the big snowballs. Thankfully, they got smaller as the snowman started to shape up. Otherwise, well, we wouldn't have been able to lift them. Still, the lifting was a group effort too. We had to use ladders to place the head on. In the end, the snowman was taller than a grown person. It reached around the second floor of most buildings in our town. But we never made the Guinness Book of Records, so I suppose someone built an even bigger snowman.
You lied to Uncle Collier, didn't you? He actually did bully you. Do you think he'll become a better person? No one's a villain in their own eyes. You did the right thing. I have had bad premonitions. Put the kettle on, maybe? And put on some music.
Is Asia with you, Misha? She called me 2 days ago to say the trains had been cancelled, and I haven't heard from her since. If you'd be so kind.
Vladlen Alexeyevich? The man who accommodated me in Kazan? My dad? I haven't seen my father since I left Moscow to study. Give us a minute, Misha. Dad? Is that real? That's no joking matter. I'm scared. Don't say that. Please don't. I
can't leave Asya all alone at a moment like this. Asya! Wait for me!
Don't run away!
Don't move or I'll shoot!
Freeze! Bastard got away.
Things are becoming fraught. I'll wait for Ася at home. She'll be sensible enough to come back.
I'm spent. You can only run in full gear for so long.
Leave me. If I forget you all, I'd rather be alone when it happens. So I'd look around and wonder where I am and who I am. It would be better if we spoke different languages and couldn't understand each other at all. Enough talk. Let's be quiet for a while.
Who's there? Familiar faces. What are you doing here? It's past curfew. Ah, okay. I'll stay out of it, then. Want to lift home, so they don't detain you?
Are you asleep? That's what I thought. Let's stay home today. Like when we were kids, remember? Calling out, "I'm in the house!" to declare a timeout. Maybe we can stay safe this way. Yes, autumn is the best time for nostalgia, melancholy, brooding, and despondence. Shaken, not stirred. I'll go where you go.
If there's nowhere else to go, there's always the oak tree.
Some story from the past is desperate to come out. Let's walk around some more, and maybe I'll be able to place it. For now, I'm drawing blanks.
Here was when we first met, before we were even in school.
So, I've known you from before school?
Yeah, I was doing donuts in the courtyard on my scooter and you came over and asked for a ride.
Exactly! And you didn't want to let me because you said we didn't know each other.
So we introduced ourselves. For a while as well, you were convinced my full name was Bear.
Ah, I remembered something. I had a teddy bear when I was small.
Yeah, that was who you named me after. Mishka. Misha the little bear, the honorable bear, A. Snyegov.
And a gang had been stalking you at the time. You let them ride your scooter, no problem. Must have been their charming eyes.
Like heck, they were a gang. It was Choma and Almaz. They lived in the same house. I remember them as long as I remember myself. But you had the most charming eyes around.
It's odd that we meet so accidentally. Surely our parents must have known each other. Something happened here. But what? I'd stick around here for a while longer.
Once, during summer vacation, we ate a ton of ice cream here and didn't even have the money to pay for it all.
I think we huffed it out without paying that time, only for our parents to drag us back by our ears later.
It was just something we wanted to do. Our imagination had painted this scary picture, and we gave up on the idea.
But it did turn out fine somehow. A patron helped us out or something.
The cashier took our word for it. You can bring it later. We were regulars there after all.
I remember it was a really hot day. We were all sweating, and the ice cream put Toma in bed with a cold for a week.
No, Asya, that was Almaz. And if anything, he was happy about it. A cold meant his mother hovering over him all the time.
And we'd stand under his windows and tease him. Come out to play! Some friends we were. I'm getting something. It's on the tip of my tongue, teasing me, but I have no idea what's it about. It's all so vague.
Those flowers I picked for you in 5th grade, they were nice, weren't they?
But then, you got into major trouble for vandalizing a public flower bed.
Choma ratted me out, gnashing his teeth with jealousy.
Our Toma? Or some other one? I think you gave each other the silent treatment for a week afterward.
Of course, our Choma. Why would some other Choma be jealous? He wouldn't let me be alone with you, and vice versa, actually. So, yeah, that's why we never went anywhere as a trio.
I remember the way you looked at me. Someone else, though. Either I've forgotten, or I never noticed.
Yeah, those are the days. We saved on everything. We'd even get flowers straight from the flower bed instead of the market.
It was romantic. I kept your flowers in a vase until they lost their last petals.
Uncle Kolya's car brought us back to our childhood. It's like a time machine.
It knew just where to brake so that we'd run into Almaz.
I was talking more about us pushing it together in the evening. You know, the camaraderie or whatever you call it.
Wait, didn't the owner take the car back?
Come on, Isaiah. It was twilight, remember? You were in the driver's seat, and we were at the back pushing, you know, me and the two brother circus act.
Twilight, you say? Maybe I'd gotten tired early in the day and dozed off.
What, and slept all the way from the market to the garages? Who was steering then? No, Asya. You even encouraged us.
Maybe I'm a sleepwalker? And sleep driver? Okay, that was a joke. Although, of course, there's not much to laugh about here. Some story from the past is desperate to come out. Let's walk around some more, and maybe I'll be able to place it. For now, I'm drawing blanks.
Do you remember that rock band from Sverdlovsk that played on our town holiday? They weren't really big stars, but it was certainly a big enough event for a place as backwater as ours.
We had to slip away from our parents. They didn't want their kids to listen to a bunch of lutes.
Yeah, but the thing is, Shoma and Almaz had to. Their dad was a party member. He boycotted the concert. The boys only made it to the very end of the show.
Oh, yeah. Toma must have been really jealous.
Yeah, he later questioned Genghis, who had a lot to say about it. I let you sit on my shoulders so you could see the stage better.
That means we must have been further back in the crowd. No catching stage dives for us, huh? Like they do at concerts now.
You've become quite the expert. Back then, your father put you on a week-long classical detox so you didn't ruin your taste in music.
I liked all kinds of music. Still do. Why force yourself into a mold? Something happened here. But what? I'd stick around here for a while longer.
Up on the roof of our school, I wanted you and me to become trees. Two little oaks that'd stand alongside each other forever.
We'd grown quite a bit since the graduation ball.
The graduation ball? I'm talking about last Saturday.
And I'm talking about the graduation ball. We climbed on the roof then, too. Youth, freedom, all life ahead of us. No mountain too high.
Well, I don't know. Climbing on the roof last Saturday could have been the most important thing that has ever happened to me.
What was so special about last Saturday?
You're scaring me. Have you forgotten? The two of us. The dawn, the morning freshness.
We sat like that on prom night too. Not just the two of us, but still.
I wish I was 15 again. Then I could have given those kids here a run for their money last Saturday.
Our team was great regardless. You, me, and Almaz.
Almaz? It was Artyom.
Ah, of course. Slip of the tongue. They were brothers and all that.
Although, Almaz would have felt at home here. Tyoma's just too serious.
Nah, Toma liked it too.
Whatever you say. He was reluctant enough to deal with kids as things were.
You don't understand. He's just afraid of admitting that. deep down inside, he's a kid too.
And so our paths cross once again. Where are you going, you lovebirds?
I think my father isn't the only person I've forgotten. Who's your friend, Misha? Almas? Our childhood friend? That's him?
This wasn't a good time to run into you. I'll go and remind you of my existence no longer.
Don't go. Please stay. If I've forgotten you, then let's get to know each other again.
Time enough for that. Enjoy each other's company while you can.
You know, the pigeon loft was built by the owners of the old village house. It's gone, but the loft is still there.
Somebody lived here. Either Almas or Genghis, or one of the girls from our class. Was it Varya or Masha or...
Close enough. You lived here.
So that's why I had the urge to go to the pigeon loft last night.
You moved here when the Institute provided your father with an apartment.
So he worked at the Institute here? It's like you're talking about some complete strangers to me.
Stop. We used to sit here and chat for hours.
Right here. This needs to be some kind of memorial plaque. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a regular bus stop.
Well, you can easily guess why we chose it. What's nearby? That's right, the park.
We hung out at the park a lot? I suppose I do like nature.
That one time in June, we waited here for the sunrise. We wanted to see if we could last through the shortest night of the year. You were cold, and I covered you with my windbreaker.
I suppose it didn't last. I don't remember it, so I must have fallen asleep.
Do you want me to hoist you up? We can hide from adversity in our helicopter, like the good old days.
Helicopter. Repeat after me. Helicopter.
That was intentional. It's what Almaz used to call the oak tree. Sitting in the branches felt like being airborne.
Some imagination.
Try to remember. My aviator goggles, the rope, Almaz diving off into the pond.
All I remember are the shadows of leaves cast across faces on a sunny day. Although, it's possible I imagined that. Wherever we may go, all roads lead to our oak tree. Stop worrying. Had you thought about me every day before we met a week ago? I don't think so. We all have to move on. One might as well try to stand up to death. It's irreversible. Only so long as someone's around to visit them. Soon enough, we'll all be in their position. A better question to ask is what we can do with it. It's easy to love your loved ones, but try loving a completely random person. We'll soon be strangers to one another. If we manage to live alongside each other, then we'll know we're worth something. Blockhead. We're always blaming the world around us for not getting enough of something. Why don't you find joy in what has been? We've had a wonderful childhood together. Come here to me. Would you like to visit our garden with me? I want to hear the intro of the song. Let's reach each other to the gate.
Make haste. Oh, waiting.
No way. No worse for you in years than you are. Both at once.
A class reunion by the looks of it. Such a pleasure to see.
That's a fact. Look, it's on love.
Keep your notes to yourself and help me keep the flower.
Let's go home and discuss it, lady. It's such a warm night. I stayed in the real day upstairs since I dropped down. I'll give you the number.
Lo and behold, my dream. Our secret headquarters. I've grown so used to it, I don't even notice it anymore.
And it's back to work. Oh, I can't be bothered. Lost the habit completely during quarantine. I don't think I can even find the missing parts anymore. Childhood. It's like a different life. A previous incarnation. This painting clashes with my living space. Too grandiose.
infrastructure will gradually go back to normal operation. This includes a resumption of intercity travel. Difficulties persist with housing for separated families. Dormitories and even hotels are preparing to accept new lodgers. Children are being assigned to group homes. There have been few cases of adoption so far, but the trend is upward.
Enough procrastinating. Time to talk to the people who used to be my parents. So what if even they have forgotten me?
Hello? What's the issue? What gave you that idea? That may be so, but he's got a new family now, and you should find one too. Me. Goodbye, and good luck.
No one's waiting for me in the great wide world. Burglars in the neighborhood. Really? It's been so quiet for so long, and here we go, just when you think things have settled down.
Who are you? This is my apartment. I lost my key. You know how crazy everything was just a while ago? I had to pick the lock. I did, but I also broke it. You got a problem with that? Don't be a bore. I'm of age now anyway. I'll work as a waitress at a cafe till spring, and then I'll apply to university. Then I'll leave this damn hellhole. Getting out? What's stopping you? Well then, go your merry way.
Gala isn't here. She's at the camp by the school. I won't go to her place to build the ship. So you've changed your mind? You pestered me the other day. Remember me? How about we build the ship? I don't remember anyone at all. I'm doing well enough as it is. First, no one cared about me. Then everyone forgot everyone else. So now, no one cares about anyone in the first place.
Soon, I'll become a boogeyman that parents use to scare their kids. Looks like people are throwing away their forgotten kin's belongings. As a kid, I used to walk over other people's footprints so I'd leave none of my own. Shall I do that again? Where will it take me?
early, bud. Train's been delayed. There's snow all over the tracks from last night, and they're still clearing it.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please
And how
stand
about
back
you
to
top it
platform
off with
edge.
some ice cream at the cafe? Complete the experience.
Quit stalking me. A whole week of respite, and here we go again. I thought you'd come to terms with it all. I haven't learned to fly yet. If I did have feelings for you, I only have your word for it. Right now, you're a guy I barely know since we met a few weeks back. Your stubbornness only makes it worse. And I had the luck to get stuck with you here. Bug off. If you want a memento of me, here's a paper boat. I had a classmate who knew how to fold them. I've got to go now.
One of us should leave. This town really is too small for both of us. I can only answer for myself. I used to dream of faraway lands. Maybe I should fulfill that dream. Board a ship and sail on and on. I've got money saved. What could I even spend it on here?
What a sicko!
So, this is it. It's a good thing I've taken this boy into foster care. I can't sit idle. This is no replacement for people. And who do I socialize with now that I've forgotten everyone? It's only ever business. That's a good observation. You and I, for example, are already finding conversation easy. Why are you quiet? What are you thinking about? To send the people in the camp home? It's possible. Life was okay in the tents before the cold spell, especially since they've got the stove. But now? Around here, winter unexpectedly comes every time. Why are you quiet? What are you thinking about? I'd invite you in, but my little guy is afraid of all strangers. Wouldn't even leave the house without me. He needs to settle in. Maybe I'll introduce you later.
Now there's no one to come over for a cup of tea. Oh, that may be temporary.
I'm cold in this leather jacket. The sweater under it isn't helping.
Careful! Repairs are underway, you know. Something might fall on your head. They say there's evidence of arson. And such a historic building. It was an architectural landmark. Was there anything else you wanted? I wish I knew. The fire destroyed all the rosters. Why are you asking? Very interesting. I'll check up on her. Where did you say she lives? Was there anything else you wanted?
Now I'm no longer my neighbor's keeper.
Could it be some work coming my way? There was a lot of work back when this whole mess started. Then everyone hushed up to stay out of harm's way. No harm from them either. They're keeping a low profile.
Your face is familiar. I've only been out of hospital for a short while. My burns have healed. You don't pull kids out of a fire and get a nice tan, you know. Any other questions? As a policeman, I've got it easier than most. One look at the stripes and I know who to take orders from. So now we've discussed everything, right? Touch wood. The army did a nice job. No more civil unrest or public transport hijackings. Any other questions? It's a guy named after a gem. Don't remember if it's his first or last name. Rubin? No, Almaz. Of course, Almaz. Diamond. He gives guitar lessons to kids at the Palace of Culture. So now we've discussed everything, right?
You're disrupting the class. I've got nowhere to go, so I decided to stay. And since I have to do something, why not teach kids something I can do? Let them have happy childhood memories, now that mine are gone. Oh, come on. Everyone's got a talent of some kind. Say, what do you like to do in your free time? See? That's not nothing. You could start a ship modeling club.
not counting my memory.
What seems to be your trouble? We had orders to tell that story. Would have cost us our job if we refused. Jail was also a possibility. Who would have thought it was going to be a runaway mass amnesia? We were positive that we would find the cause before it came to that, and we still haven't.
Come to rob me again? Not impressed by my luxurious chambers, eh? And who's to blame? Who ruined my medicine business? Well, at least you're not denying it. Maybe we can swap homes? Relax, I'm kidding. Off you go to their station. The first train arrives today. If I really did get you that job, I don't want to be embarrassed that I did. And earn some money, too, now that the medicine gig fell through. But something tells me you're messing with me again.
Now I must leave. I've offered my station job to someone else. Froze my butt off, saw just about everyone in town. Now I can go to the station. Everyone's forgotten everyone. I'm almost a stranger here now. I've been putting off leaving town, but now is the time.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Are you gonna tell me the train's been canceled again? Is that what you've got in your suitcase? As time goes on, getting out of this quicksand will only get harder.
Dear passengers,
Get in line for the
entry
desk.
permit checks
You gotta
are
check in with the
in operation
inspector,
at
and
this station.
damn if I know
Please
where
have
he
your
is.
entry permit and a ticket
Then
ready
get to
for
work.
inspection
Don't you see
at
there are
Checkpoint
people
Office
waiting?
1.
Are you gonna work or are you gonna keep rambling?
to get out of here, it's now or never. Sitting down behind this typewriter will be the start of an eternity.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for
Sit
inspection
down
at
and get to
checkpoint
work
office
already,
1.
will ya? That explains the suitcase.
Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.
Подожди. За окном еще пару минут, и начнется рассвет. Мне пока нет 5. Я спешу подрасти, чтобы увидеть буфет и конфетной фольги конфетти. Мама спит. По подушке вот-вот поползет первый солнечный жук. Я ее не бужу. Вот она улыбнулась во сне, вот сменил свою тень абажур. У меня есть на даче шалаш. Мы с друзьями там спрятали клад. От макушек до пят обливались водой каждый год жарким летом, играя в солдат. Первый выпавший зуб под подушку кладу, ночью фея за ним прилетит, дразнит в детском саду суслик свисти. Знаешь, мама, я боюсь, что туда не пойду. Завтра важный экзамен, папа с велосипеда свинтил. Задних 2 колеса, мама, я иду сам. Мам, я еду без рук, посмотри, я пытаюсь достать небеса. Нам бы вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться. Первый класс. Мне на даче сорвали огромный букет георгин. Мне купили пенал, тетрадь. Я умею читать, а еще умножать на 1. Мне поставили 5. Я счастливый, сбегаю с продленки играть во дворе. У меня 8 соток, и все-таки с вот таким дзотом я снова пасую в игре. У соседа по парте дракон в тамагочи, он снова его воскресил. Дракон хочет есть, хочет спать, дракону опять не хватает игрушечных сил. Повисим на руках. Тот, кто первый сорвется, слабак, кто последний атлет, мне уже 10 лет. Я сцепился в турник, словно в стяг, жал кулак, и сорвутся, я нет. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться. Мне 15. Я гелевой ручкой на пальцах рисую тату. Когда я подрасту, обязательно стану пиратом в Карибском порту. В институт не пойду, на пруду погулять с тобой. Что ты имеешь в виду? Мы скользили по льду, целовались в саду. Я не помню, в каком мы расстались году. Завтра важный экзамен. Мне мама желает удачи, пятак в башмаке. Я пошел налегке, куча дат на руке. Пару раз посмотрел, не был пойман никем. У меня в рюкзаке в тот билет с зачеткой и вся королевская рать. Самый легкий вопрос, я стою не готовясь, и первый как Хронос иду отвечать. Мне поставили 5. Я счастливый, сбегаю по лестнице в новую жизнь. Молодой агосфер, не встречавший Христа, и воржи до небес доросли этажи. Я сменил 3 работы. В залоге машины мне нечем платить за кредит, старый друг не звонит. Переехал отец к новой женщине, мама не держит обид. Я и сам разведен, говорят по статистике. Люди разводятся чаще мостов, что такое любовь. Я забыл это, видимо, что-то из прошлого, что-то из снов. Помню, что у меня был на даче шалаш, мы с друзьями там спрятали клад. Вот бы мне механизм, маховик, временную петлю, что-нибудь, чтоб вернуться назад, первый выпавший зуб. Видно, много курил. Запишусь на неделю к врачу, мама будет у меня. Говорит, что я громко ночами кому-то кричу, что взрослеть не хочу. Мама, спи по подушке. Еще не пополз первый солнечный жук, я тебя не бужу. Ты о чем-то вздыхаешь во сне, поменял свою тень абажур. Мне пока нет 5. Я спешу подрасти, чтобы увидеть, что спрятал буфет. Подожди, за окном еще пара минут, и начнется рассвет.
Hello? What's the issue? What gave you that idea? That may be so, but he's got a new family now, and you should find one too. Well, I don't like it. Goodbye, and good luck.
Who are you? This is my apartment. You didn't answer my question. I lost my key. You know how crazy everything was just a while ago? I had to pick the lock. I did, but I also broke it. You got a problem with that? Some elder. I'm not a kid either. I'll manage. Excuse me? What kind of a compliment is that? Are you hitting on me? I could show you my ID, but I can't find it either. What are you, my Prince Charming? Come on, stop sulking. Can't you take a joke? It'd be great if you could help me. What's your name, anyway? I'm Katya. And the door lock?
I really want to leave, but I can't. I promised to help the girl out for as long as she lives next door. The lock is jammed. Can't fix it right off the bat. It'll take some work.
destroyed the camp by the school. I won't go to your place to build the ship. Stop pretending! You pestered me the other day. Remember me? How about we build the ship? I don't remember anyone at all. I'm doing well enough as it is. First, no one cared about me. Then everyone forgot everyone else. So now, no one cares about anyone in the first place.
Too early, bud. Train's been delayed. There's snow all over the tracks from last night, and they're still clearing it. You know where else is warm? The cafe. Why don't you go find a more fun place to be?
Quit stalking me. A whole week of respite, and here we go again. I thought you'd come to terms with it all. I've lost count of how many times you've said that lately. Let's say we did go to school together, and there used to be a spark between us. The point is, I don't remember it, and trying to remind me won't do anything. Are you using me to prop up your ego? Bug off. If you want a memento of me, here's a paper boat. I had a classmate who knew how to fold them. I've got to go now.
Careful! Repairs are underway, you know. Something might fall on your head. They say there's evidence of arson. And such a historic building. Was there anything else you wanted? I wish I knew. The fire destroyed all the rosters. Why are you asking? Was there anything else you wanted?
Could it be some work coming my way? As you can see, we're coping all right. The townspeople are vigilant, no one's got the nerve to steal anything or whatever. They know how it can backfire.
Touch wood. The army did a nice job. No more civil unrest or public transport hijackings. A kid? I'll report it to the orphanage director. Well, if you say so. Any other questions?
You're disrupting the class. I've got nowhere to go, so I decided to stay. And since I have to do something, why not teach kids something I can do? Let them have happy childhood memories, now that mine are gone. Oh, come on. Everyone's got a talent of some kind. Say, what do you like to do in your free time? See? That's not nothing. You could start a ship modeling club.
Great. Now I've signed up to run some kind of club. And again, it doesn't exist yet. And might never.
What seems to be your trouble? Came up empty. Zero. Zip. Zilch. We're on the verge of believing in paranormal stuff. Someone broke the universe, goes the joke.
Come to rob me again? Do you think I've forgotten how you cornered me about the medicine? How's that for nerve? A senior citizen is holed up in a place like this, and you're denying responsibility. Off you go to their station. The first train arrives today. If I really did get you that job, I don't want to be embarrassed that I did.
Are you gonna tell me the train's been canceled again?
Dear passengers,
There was that
for your own
time.
safety, please stand back to the platform edge. Thank you.
Well, go ahead and get behind your typewriter. This place just won't let go of you. You locals are painful to look at. As time goes on, getting out of this quicksand will only get harder.
Get in line for the desk. You gotta check in with the inspector, and damn if I know where he
Dear
is.
passengers,
Don't
entry
forget
permit
that,
checks
too.
are in operation
Then
at
get
this
to
station.
work. Don't you see there are
Please have
people
your
waiting?
entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Are you gonna work, or are you gonna keep rambling?
If I'm going to get out of here, it's now or never. Sitting down behind this typewriter will be the start of an eternity.
You again? All right, take my permit and don't say another word.
Starting today, the entire national infrastructure will gradually go back to
Platform edge. Thank you. Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.
This here is my workplace. Yours is behind that desk.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
Подожди. За окном еще пару минут, и начнется рассвет. Мне пока нет 5. Я спешу подрасти, чтобы увидеть буфет и конфетной фольги конфетти. Мама спит. По подушке вот-вот поползет первый солнечный жук. Я ее не бужу. Вот она улыбнулась во сне, вот сменил свою тень абажур. У меня есть на даче шалаш. Мы с друзьями там спрятали клад. От макушек до пят обливались водой каждый год жарким летом, играя в солдат. Первый выпавший зуб под подушку кладу, ночью фея за ним прилетит, дразнит в детском саду суслик свисти. Знаешь, мама, я боюсь, что туда не пойду. Завтра важный экзамен, папа с велосипеда свинтил. Задних 2 колеса, мама, я иду сам. Мам, я еду без рук, посмотри, я пытаюсь достать небеса. Нам бы вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться. Первый класс. Мне на даче сорвали огромный букет георгин. Мне купили пенал, тетрадь. Я умею читать, а еще умножать на 1. Мне поставили 5. Я счастливый, сбегаю с продленки играть во дворе. У меня 8 соток, и все-таки с вот таким зотом я снова пасую в игре. У соседа по парте Дракон в тамагочи, он снова его воскресил. Дракон хочет есть, хочет спать, дракону опять не хватает игрушечных сил. Повисим на руках. Тот, кто первый сорвется, слабак, то последний атлет. Мне уже 10 лет. Я сцепился в турник, словно в стяг, жал кулак, и сорвутся я нет. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться. Мне 15. Я гелевой ручкой на пальцах рисую тату. Когда я подрасту, обязательно стану пиратом в Карибском порту. В институт не пойду, на пруду погулять с тобой. Что ты имеешь в виду? Мы скользили по льду, целовались в саду. Я не помню, в каком мы расстались году. Завтра важный экзамен. Мне мама желает удачи, пятак в башмаке. Я пошел налегке, куча на руке. Пару раз посмотрел, не был пойман никем. У меня в рюкзаке тут билет с зачеткой. Вся королевская рать, самый легкий вопрос. Я стою не готовясь, и первый как Хронос иду отвечать. Мне поставили 5. Я счастливый, сбегаю по лестнице в новую жизнь. Молодой агосфер, не встречавший Христа, и воржи до небес доросли этажи. Я сменил 3 работы. Залоги машины мне нечем платить за кредит. Старый друг не звонит. Переехал отец к новой женщине. Мама не держит обид. Я и сам разведен. Говорят, по статистике люди разводятся чаще мостов. Что такое любовь? Я забыл это, видимо. Что-то из прошлого, что-то из снов. Помню, что у меня был на даче шалаш. Мы с друзьями там спрятали клад. Вот бы мне механизм, маховик, временную петлю. Что-нибудь, чтоб вернуться назад. Первый выпавший зуб. Видно, много курил. Запишусь на неделю к врачу, мама будет меня. Говорит, что я громко ночами кому-то кричу, что взрослеть не хочу. Мама, спи по подушке. Еще не пополз первый солнечный жук. Я тебя не бужу. Ты о чем-то вздыхаешь во сне. Поменял свою тень абажур. Мне пока нет 5. Я спешу подрасти, чтобы увидеть, что спрятал буфет. Подожди, за окном еще пара минут, и начнется рассвет.
Misha, it's me, Genghis. I can hear you in there. Your neighbor's having problems. This ain't no joke. Follow me. Get a load of this. Do you know these kids? What's their relation to the apartment owner?
They're what? The hell are you talking about? Their dad? Me?
You see, the thing is, he called in a burglary this morning. I thought, burglars in this big village, that's a first. So we arrived, led us to the bathroom, and we found the kids huddling inside. Look, I'm no doctor. He looks sober to me. The kids are going into care for now. Anyway, we're holding you up. You want a lift to the station? No? Why? Your station. The train station. My partner's gonna drive you. I've got a lot of paperwork to do about these kids. Take him away.
Goddamn lawless cops. I'll make you answer for this, yeah? You're supposed to get these punks out of my apartment, not me.
Jump in.
I'll walk free yet. Don't you think you can just snatch me?
We just did.
I'll write to the president. You will be where I am now.
Come again? I didn't hear you very well.
Thank you. I'd have been so late if I'd walked.
Eaten your porridge? Been to the little boy's room? Get to work. Tell me about it later.
Dear
Go
passengers,
let the passengers
for your
through.
own safety, please stand back from the platform edge. Thank you.
Good morning, Misha, dear. Alma says hi. He'll be in town tonight. My permit is right there. Oh, yes it is. How did I miss that? Right, I was off to the city and it expired then. Misha, dear, let an old friend through, will you? We know each other. You were with Almaz and Tioma all the time as a kid. I'll renew it at once. Bribe you?
Clear of the platform edge.
Finished your shift? I've been trying to hitch a ride. Nothing. Will you help me carry this bag? They should at least run a bus line here. I've stocked up on a few things they don't sell here. Well, who knows when I'll next make it to Kazan. Don't wait for me. I'm a slow walker, and you're young. Just leave the bags by the elevator. Hopefully Vitya won't steal anything. Good Lord! And I've only been away 2 days. Not that I'm surprised, of course. And the kids, Katya and Petya? I should call him for details. Right. I shouldn't keep you tied up. You run along now.
And here's Misha. He'll have all the answers for us. What's the deal with the train, man?
There won't be a train.
You can call the bosses.
Say, for example, what time the train will be here?
It'll be here when we stop it. Let us out on the tracks, Misha, if calling isn't an option. You're all over the place. First you admit the flu thing is a load of bull, and now you won't let us out? Whose side are you on? Misha, right now you absolutely don't have to be some big boss.
Please. Misha needs that train as much as you do to put me on it. But what difference does it make if there is no train? What can he do?
He can let us through the door to the platform. We'll handle it from there, no worries.
Let me say a few words to Misha. He'll listen to me. Listen, man, my life is in Moscow. Children leave the nest sooner or later. It's your nest that's backwards. The parents left. I don't want to be stuck here and end up like my mother. I'm sure others feel the same way. Why? You did have ambition. You wanted to win Asya's heart, and you just didn't know how. You tailed her everywhere. Says our quiet boy. Or should I just say whim? You're telling me you're satisfied with what you've got? No way I believe that. Although I am contradicting myself now. If you have no ambition, you must actually be satisfied. So why do I even bother? How do you know my name? Why, of course, I showed you my permit on the way in. Misha? Misha who? Do you have any idea how many Mishas I've met in Moscow? You weren't among them, though. I've never seen you before, and I hope I never see you again. I recognize myself, Asya, Genghis, and Almaz too. There's just one guy I don't know. He does resemble you, of course, but those are kids in the photo. No, that's impossible. Not like this. What if I forget everyone? How am I gonna live? If you're telling the truth, let us out, for our friendship's sake.
I see it! It's getting closer! Hey! Stop the train!
Why would it stop? Stop the train! Everyone out of the way! It almost ran over us. Satisfied?
Whatever. We'll see who gets the last laugh. We're gonna hijack a bus and make a break for freedom. Why would we? We can think about that elsewhere. It makes no difference. Why don't you run with us?
Misha's right. This is too much. I don't get involved in this kind of thing.
You know, that makes logical sense. All right, I won't leave for now.
Home? I'll stay over at Aunt Galia's for the night. She needs support now.
Wait, there's something I need to tell you.
What is it now? Come on, let's go!
We can always leave later. Let's fight the disease.
Got any ideas?
Let's go sit down somewhere and discuss it, not while walking. Come.